Vermont Climate Council. Thank you. That is wonderful to remember that. And my name is David Plum, and my role is to help facilitate these meetings. We're on Zoom. This is a Zoom meeting, not a webinar, so we're all here together, members of Vermont's Climate Council, subcommittees, members of the public and observers. We ask, as just to keep our screen more orderly, if you're a member of the council, if you can keep your camera on, that's great. If you're a member of the public observing our work today, we ask you keep your camera off until we do public comment periods, and also refrain from using the chat. If you're a subcommittee member on a topic that we're addressing that came out of your subcommittee, we invite you to turn your camera on and be part of that conversation when we get to that part of the agenda. So that's our protocol on Zoom. I will turn it over to your chair, Acting Secretary Kristen Closier, to kick us off. Kristen.
Thanks, David. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the November 16th meeting of the Vermont Climate Council. We have a busy agenda today, so I'll run through it quickly and then hand it over to back to David. We'll start with the review and approval of the November 9th and November 10th meeting minutes, followed by a just transition reflection. At 1:40, we will head into cross-cutting proposed pathways. At 3 o'clock, we'll have a break. After the break, we will go to transportation proposed pathways, followed by a discussion on key sections of the climate action plan. And at 5:30, head into public comment. And afterwards, we will discuss next steps and adjourn. Any additions or comments to the agenda? Okay, seeing none, I'll hand it back over to David. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Appreciate that. Okay, great. All right. So we're going to run today's meeting similar to the way we've done previous meetings. We're trying to lift up key concerns and see what to do about those if we can. And for the sections of the text that we're looking at or the content, the folks will be taking some notes around that, and we'll be putting revised versions based on our conversations today back online within a week. I think Jane will correct me, but I think within a week is generally what we say. Let's do our minutes approval. We have the minutes from last week, both meetings. I'll give you a moment to click through. They are hyperlinked on the agenda as always. I'll just give folks a minute if they want to click into those, remind themselves of what's there. Are there any concerns about the minutes, or anybody would like a little bit more time to look through them right now? I'm not hearing requests for more time, and I'm only seeing thumbs up. Great. Okay. So hearing no concerns, we'll consider those minutes to be approved. Thanks, everybody. We're working real hard to turn around minutes in a timely fashion, so subcommittees and other folks have a chance to really use them as they're making refinements and adjustments and edits. Okay. Our just transition reflection this morning is about a piece of the initial CAP that is in the implementation section. And I'm happy to pull it up so folks see whenever you'd like, Sue, or not. But Sue Minter and her co-chair, Sarah Phillips, over at Just Transitions have worked with the Just Transitions Committee to draft this section around implementation in Just Transitions. And so Sue and Sarah are going to walk us through the vision there. And this is particularly relevant because there's been a lot of discussion and concern about how we continue to do a better job of implementing an equity lens and a just transition lens to our work. So these next steps are particularly relevant as we address those concerns, both that you have expressed as a council and then have been expressed to you. So with that, Sue, I'll turn it over to you and Sarah to walk us through what this is, and just let me know if you want me to put on the screen the text at any time.
Okay, thank you. I'll sort of start off with the context a little bit, really elaborating a little more on what you just shared, David. And I'm not sure we want to go through the words, but let's see how it goes. I just want to say thank you for taking the time to actually think and talk about this. You know, we have really worked hard, and I like, David, you mentioned that it was morning, and it is afternoon, I think. And I always like it when you say over there, you know, like we're in this other room, other kind of meeting space, because I think of it that way. Over in the Just Transition subcommittee group, you know, we've been working hard, I think, on trying to break new ground on a very critically important concept around what does equity look like? What does it mean? How do we apply it? And most of all, how do we advance it? And, you know, from where I sit, you know, I feel like we've done a lot and we have a long way to go. And I think that's really important just to lift up, it seems like a word we keep using, how much sort of frustration is still out there and with us. And you know, I want to remind us that we have developed and adopted guiding principles that I think are very much authentic concepts from your Just Transition subcommittee. We've even created a scoring rubric. We've hired a consultant to help each of the subcommittees think about scoring or assessing how we're doing. In my humble opinion, I think we've really advanced the ball, and I apologize for sports metaphors, but I was a jock in college and a soccer coach for 13 years. And while we've advanced the ball, we are so far from anywhere near a finish line or a goal. And we feel that palpable frustration in our subcommittee. I feel it in my inbox and phone calls, and I suspect many, but maybe not all of you have that same sense. So we think it's very important that we have included in the implementation section some real thought about where do we go from here. So you will see something called Just Transitions and Equity Considerations in Implementation. And I'm going to walk through big picture concepts and maybe underscore a few. I suspect Sarah will have more to elaborate on. And if there are really questions, I think it might make sense to go to the words, David. Yeah, I think while we're advancing the ball, we actually need to continue to pass the ball and build the team as we go forward. So we thought about sort of buckets of what do we need to do from here. We talked last time about expanding public engagement. You know, I sometimes feel like as much as I think we are making a difference in this space, and I think it's affecting all of us in a really positive way, for some people who have been invited to a table, it's like they've been invited to a table, but there's no food at the table, and there are people eating the food in the kitchen. And somehow we have to bring this together, and it's going to take time and ongoing and conscious effort. With engagement, just as an example, we have many spoken languages in this state, and we need to expand accessibility to the information. We think that there needs to be adequate staffing and resources devoted to engagement, and a different kind of engagement which is more collaborative, which is about co-creation, and is really about meeting folks in their communities where they are, as opposed to expecting people who don't have access to come to us and engage in a process that is foreign to many. So this takes time. It doesn't happen overnight, and it certainly hasn't happened in this 1-year process. But we set forth real goals in this implementation work that we put together with the folks on your Just Transition subcommittee. We believe there needs to be an ongoing commitment to using the guiding principles and the rubric, and that be not just the Climate Council, that we encourage their use with the legislative branch and the executive branch. We have a suggestion that the equity impact assessment that I believe the executive branch is beginning to adopt and utilize actually be broadened through some of the concepts that we advance through our guiding principles. And we really want to emphasize the hope that the legislature will include strategies to mitigate burdens and maximize benefits for the impacted communities in climate-related legislation. That's what's embedded as a critical principle in our guiding principles, and we want to see that through the implementation. And we think that this could even consider having minimum percentages of resources dedicated toward alleviating those burdens and enhancing those benefits to impacted communities. So that's a very strong suggestion that's in here that I think might be something we want to really come back to. And finally, that we want to remain accountable and transparent to achieving this just transition by keeping people informed, by actually having metrics to evaluate our success or failure in this arena, and that we continue to evaluate and proceed. We have a suggestion that even the chief performance officer from the executive branch be brought into this work, as well as the science and data subcommittee. We know data is really lacking sort of the broad scope of equity lens. And we want to make sure that there's a continuous review. So those are some of the key concepts that I think we're trying to lift up in this section, which would become a written section of the implementation phase. And I don't know where that, implementing Vermont's climate action plan. It's a section of the, I assume it's sort of at the end, Jane. So those were things I wanted to say. Sarah, I don't know if there's more you want to add or elaborate upon.
Yeah, that sounds great. Thanks, Sarah. I think you did a nice job providing an overview.
So thanks, Sue and Sarah. So we have an opportunity here to reflect on this and also to provide any feedback on the text as it is in the document. Sue walked you through the 3 buckets and some of the highlights of the big ideas in those buckets. So if folks have a reaction to this in any which way, it's a good moment to have that reaction. The Just Transitions subcommittee will meet this Thursday. And if there are reactions that you all have as a council, the Just Transitions group can address those and potentially make those changes this Thursday for a final version. So when you hear Sue present this, or when you read the document, it's line 100 or 98 in the implementation document is where it starts. And if folks want to single out specific text, I'm happy to show that specific text too. Any reactions to Sue and Sarah? People feeling good about this? People feel like we're going the right direction? Yeah, I'm seeing some heads nodding. Great. Okay. Any friendly amendments about how this could or should be improved? Okay. I think you nailed it, Sue and Sarah in subcommittee. Any last words, Sarah or Sue, from you before we finish up here?
Well, I'm glad I had the chance to introduce, and it's not long, but it's somewhat meaty. So let's make sure we all do take a minute if we can to read it if you haven't already, because I want to make sure everyone's comfortable with these concepts. And I'm awfully glad that overall we're feeling okay now. Thanks.
Great. Okay. Yep. Okay. Great. All right. Well, with that, we can move into the next item on the agenda, which is this nice meaty piece that's called the cross-cutting pathways. As a point of memory, and I welcome folks who've been working on this to provide detail, in particular Jane or others, there were issues that didn't neatly fall under one individual subcommittee that felt like cross-cutting issues or issues that deserve to be lifted up and looked at across the various topical sectors or other things. And those got consolidated into this section that was shared with you. The writing here was done fundamentally by counselors who volunteered to form a group and pull these ideas together. In some cases, they are literally pulled from subcommittee work and consolidated here. In some cases, there's a little bit, it's actually was in the subcommittee work. Some of the ag and ecosystem stuff still had it in the version that you all saw last week, and it's here too. So there's a little bit of mix and match, and when we go through it, folks who are more in the know than I can explain exactly how that all is working right now and how it will work going forward. All right, so we sent out a survey. Jane, do you want to frame this up a little bit more?
Yeah, thank you. I did just want to orient folks to the document, recognizing it's long, and I trust that you've all read it, but in case you haven't, there are two components of it that feel slightly different. The first half of the document were issues that we were really able to advance over the course of the last year within the subcommittees. So compact settlement, education, as well as personal actions. And that component of the document has pathways, strategies, actions, components similar to how the rest of the body of the recommendations read for the climate action plan. There are other really enabling components of climate action that we 100% feel like are critical components of the work going forward. This speaks to workforce, capacity in state government to realize this work, coordination, and other components really that we labeled as themes. And Marian took the lead on pulling that component of the work together. Some of those had some actions that were in different subcommittees. Some of them didn't. And so that one really does feel like we understand and recognize that it needs more work. We're trying to set the stage for that by that component of this draft, but also recognize that folks have had comments and considerations on how to make it stronger even for this first cat. And we will do that through those written comments and discussion today. But I did just really want to bifurcate the draft into these two different sections. And then let you all speak through the different components with different eyes on the different sections, recognizing that some has had more work than the others. And of course, we have a team of folks who worked on the compact settlement. They are all with us today, Bronwyn and Chris Cochran, Lauren and Chris Campany. And then the personal action pathway, Jared took the lead on with some input from me, and Iris took the lead on education. So we'll work to be as responsive as possible today and then work collaboratively to put forward the next draft.
That's great. Okay. So that's the context for this work. 7 of you responded to the survey with some feedback about critical issues in your mind or concerns or questions you had. And we can use that as a starting place for this conversation, similar to what we did last week and the week before. I have that in front of me, and there's a version online too, though it doesn't have the pretty colors that I have in mind. So I'm going to suggest that we work our way through the document using as a starting place these comments that came in over the survey. And then obviously we open up the space for other comments and concerns that you have as we walk our way through these different pieces of the document. We've got a good chunk of time, right? We've got an hour and a half to do this, basically. So we can take it calmly. We can walk our way through and look at the concerns as they come up. Okay, let me share my screen. Just through order of the document, we can start at the top, unless folks have a very strong feeling about starting somewhere else. And the top is around compact settlement. We got a number of comments in through the survey on compact settlement, and I'll walk through them now. I've highlighted in green the ones that I think that most benefit from conversation. There's some other like editing suggestions that probably don't necessarily need conversation, but they need to be addressed. Let me walk you through what we have, and then we'll pause and work on compact settlement for a little bit. Okay, we have some questions about wanting greater understanding, right? So the first two are about greater understanding. One is specific to the phrase to bank land, authority to bank land, and what does that mean? Another one that asks for clarity is about understanding what this whole phrase means, about updating Act 250 to promote compact settlement by doing the following things. There was a question about what that actually means. There was a comment that this felt like there was a little bit of creep away from just compact settlement to a broader set of questions around land use. And that may be a little confusing because there are some land use things in ag and ecosystem and in rural resilience that are still over there. And so there's a little confusion there. We can talk about that and how to make that work best. There was a specific disagreement with the way something was phrased, and we'll talk about that. And it could be that that's already been resolved, hopefully, but we'll see. And then there's two issues here about things that, issues that people didn't see in this draft, right? So one was about should we be talking about relocating wastewater treatment facilities away from waterways to improve water quality, et cetera, and reduce the risk of flood damage. And then another thing that was noted as not being addressed was when we focus on historic village centers, we also need in development there, how do we think about preserving character, charm, scale, and other components that are valuable components of a village center today. Okay. The last item there, I think, is more of an editing thing, so I'll just leave that for now. But these are a collection of issues that I think are a good starting place for our conversation. And why don't we start with just the clarifications? Never a bad place to start. And these are these two initial clarifications. So could I ask someone who was helping to author these points to help explain what do we mean by banking land? And then this second one about updating Act 250. So I'm not sure the right person to ask, whether it's Chris, one of the two Chris's, but could one of you perhaps weigh in to provide some clarity on these first two bullets?
Absolutely. Good morning or good afternoon. I had David's problem too. A land bank is basically either a nonprofit group or an instrument of the state that can hold and clean up properties, contaminated properties, take over abandoned properties, hold them, mitigate the risks, kind of do what's necessary to create a redevelopment opportunity. It's been used in many other states. It's an instrument I think the state of Maine is used with great effect to kind of take over land that could be used for other purposes, create housing, create business opportunities, et cetera. So I can absolutely define that better. I think that clarification is easily made. The next one is talking about Act 250. Hard to do this one quickly, but Act 250 charges a mitigation fee when development occurs on agricultural soils. Most places that are most appropriate to put a in-ground waste disposal system are flat lands that tend to perk well, that also tend to be farmland. It was recommended, the committee got the recommendation to waive these mitigation fees to allow smaller village centers, for example, to create, to make it more cost effective for them to create in-ground disposal fields without having to pay the Act 250 piece. If they don't have this infrastructure, they are generally unable to support the compact settlement pattern that is traditional in the state.
Great, thanks. Chris Campany, you want to jump in on this too?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, just follow up on what Chris said on the last one, the quantity, the area of land that we're talking about there, as far as the ag soils to accommodate community wastewater systems, is probably pretty small.
Okay.
Julie or somebody else from DEC may want to weigh in, but generally speaking, I think we're talking pretty small areas for that treatment.
Okay, great. All right, so so those were two questions for clarification about the banking land and on the Act 250 question. And were those helpful clarifications? Is there anything else folks need to ask or understand better about these two pieces up here? Is that feeling good? And I think, Bram, at least one of these came from you, and I'm not sure you caught all that, but I think I'd welcome if you have a follow-up question on this.
So, I am sorry. I'm in the midst of too many things. I've promised my people that I would not disappear for 6 hours today and not be available if they needed me. So mitigation fees for prime ag soils or alternative or community wastewater systems. If someone could just explain to me in 30 seconds when those fees apply, then I know when they apply, then I'll understand waiving them.
I can try. I'm not I don't represent the NRB, but certain triggers, Act 250 has certain triggers. If you disturb, I think it's over 10 acres of disturbance, you're subject to Act 250. If development is occurring in this soil, if you're in this case, if you're installing an in-ground system, you have to pay a fee because you were taking this productive agricultural soil out of use. That fee goes to BHCB to buy other ag soils and protect them. So it's a way of protecting the limited ag soils we have available.
Got it. Thank you. That is all clear.
Okay, great. All right. So any other follow-up on these two, or we're feeling good about these at this point? Okay. This is an interesting one, which is this. Oh, Lauren, do you want to talk about this one? Because I think this was yours.
Yep, that was mine. And I think I've since talked with Chris Cochran and Bronwyn, and I have clarity around it. And there are still land use actions and strategies within the Rural Resilience and Adaptation section of the plan, as well as land use actions within agriculture and ecosystem. So that's a moot point, and you can just delete it. I don't have any concerns there anymore.
Check. Okay, great. Thanks, Lauren. And similarly, I don't know, I believe this is you, Chris Campany. Have you had a chance to work through this morning already? Or is this still a live thing we should talk about right now?
Am I muted or muted?
You're good.
Okay. Sorry, I somehow moved the gallery right over that icon. Yeah, but I just want to briefly frame it because I think it's an important issue. And the concern I had was I love the idea of a thoughtful review, but I don't know that the changes are necessarily modest. Just because this is the world I live in, and change through our planning rubric, the state's planning rubric, is so diffuse, especially at the municipal level, where towns can choose to plan or not, can choose to implement plans or not. How they want to implement plans or not, frankly, whether they want to abide by state planning goals or not. Change can move at a glacial pace. The plan adoption and update horizons are 8 years. And so the concern that I had in a nutshell is that if there are land use policies, especially that relate to life and safety, and some of those would be the resilience policies, river corridors are a great example. We really need to think about at what level of government some of those policies need to be implemented. If we need a rapid, rapid implementation, and frankly, not making that implementation up. And that actually gets to just transitions issues, because if we leave it to communities that may or may not have the political and operational capacity to make some of these decisions, then you could wind up with people on the frontline communities not getting the policy protections that frankly they should have. And this is a real big deal to me, because in our world, and as regional commission and working with our municipalities, and with the disasters that we've had and that we're going to have, you can see where the trouble's coming, and you can see the limitations and capacity of the towns to try to address these. So some of these things, if it's going to be a statewide policy, it probably needs to follow the state to actually develop the rules and regs and implement them. And so and I know that that doesn't fit neatly into a paragraph, but it's a big deal. And frankly, and this is not, I don't think this is a debatable matter. I think these are the facts of the situation. So that's why I just wanted to flag that. I think we're making progress towards language. I think it's an issue that I'm just going to have to keep bringing up, probably for the legislature and elsewhere, but I think we're making progress towards resolving it.
Thanks, Chris. I wonder, is there a pathway forward here where you and Chris Cochran or somebody take another whack at this and get that sentiment?
We're doing it. Yeah, we're doing it now.
We're on
Okay.
it. I think one more conversation and we have a meeting plan to kind of go through a lot of these changes as a group.
Great. Okay. Catherine?
I just wanted to thank Chris Campany for bringing this up and Chris Cochran and others for working on the language, because I think as it's written, it's aspirational and hopeful and not based in reality. Modest changes aren't going to cut it. And especially when you talk about driving down emissions, expanding equity, environmental justice, and preparing communities for warmer and wetter weather and removing carbon. Our system isn't set up to do any of those things right now. So there's no way you can suggest modest changes will accomplish that. So thanks, Chris Campany, for flagging that. I want to echo and support it.
I'll own the word modest. That was my bad choice.
I love the optimism.
Okay. So it feels like there's a path forward to have Chris and Chris, with help from others who want to weigh in, whether it's you, Catherine, or others, to get that language in the place that feels comfortable, to get that dose of reality in there, in the hurdles ahead. Okay. Here are two issues that were not in. People said were not included, and they would like to see them included, or would like to have a conversation why they're not included. The first is about the relocation of wastewater treatment facilities away from waterways to improve water quality. I'm having a small deja vu moment about this, but that we talked about this maybe in the rural resilience conversation a week ago. But I wonder if Chris or somebody else could speak to this issue, what's in the text, what's not in the text, and why.
I'll try to respond. Oh, go, Erica.
So we went over this in the, there was a similar comment under the RRA items that talked about this, and we talked about this last week in the Climate Council as well, where we discussed that this is, when we talk about the variety of solutions that are available, especially with wastewater treatment and water supply, there's really some assessment that needs to be done. It's not a blanket approach that's going to work for every single municipality. It really needs to be tailored to each municipality and each facility. And we do talk about that in the in section 12 in resilience in the built environment. So that it's referenced several times about the assessment of the resilience of those facilities, and applying different methodologies to address whether it's hardening the facilities, whether it's finding a different location for them. And so it is addressed in our section.
Great, thanks. And I see Secretary Moore has her hand up. So Julie, go ahead, please.
I guess I have I very much appreciate kind of the phrasing Rebecca used. And I think that nuance is really important here, that we need to be looking at the resilience of these facilities and not necessarily the location. I'm not sure relocating wastewater facilities is a practical endeavor, frankly. It's not just the facilities themselves, but all of the infrastructure that collects water and stormwater and drains to the direction of those facilities. We have, through partners or colleagues in other states, particularly Rhode Island, where they have a number of facilities that are subject to sea level change, their focus is almost exclusively on resilience. And I do really think it's important that we consider our words carefully and how we put that forward. Also, moving the location of a facility, I'm not sure that it necessarily has a direct impact on water quality. The treatment should be the same regardless of where the facility is located. And I was late getting my comments in, but similarly on lines 76 through 78 of the cross-cutting pathways, there's a piece about public drinking water system design. Again, I'm not sure this is a compact settlement issue. I'd be interested, as I will hopefully have the chance tonight to read the climate change effects section that Leslie Ann and Jay have drafted. But it seems like it's one of those pieces that potentially belongs more there. Appreciating that water and wastewater infrastructure are important foundational infrastructure, foundational components of our ability to have compact settlement. I think we've sort of moved beyond that in some of the pieces that are contained in the narrative as drafted, and did send Jane a bunch of suggested edits to get at those concerns.
Okay, great. And I see Chris has his hand up. So I want to always ground us in what's in the text now and what would need to be changed. Erica, the text right now in this document doesn't go beyond what we talked about last time, right? Is that true, Erica?
I don't know.
Or Chris?
Great. I haven't cross-referenced them to see where the overlap is.
Okay, great. All right, and then we can talk about the drinking water thing that Secretary Moore brings up too. Chris Campany, go ahead, please.
And I just want to, highlight for the council. This is, and from my perspective, I think the secretary is right. This is very context and Erica's comments. This is going to be very context specific to each compact settlement, each wastewater treatment facility. But the other big implications here that people just need to, I hope people understand, is as we talk about compact settlement and all the infrastructure it takes to support them, and frankly, the infrastructure that's not even built yet, it's going to take to support them. We're also, because the ones that are located along rivers and streams, it's going to require a lot of upstream and downstream planning too, because as you harden one place, you've got to make accommodations above and below for that hardening. And so there's a lot of serious land use planning that, frankly, this goes back to my prior point, shouldn't be optional anymore. It's got to be done. And not conceptual, but actually getting into the nitty gritty about what it's going to take to make these compact settlements habitable, how they can expand, how we can retain what we've already got within them. So not trying to take up time, while we're trying to get through the language, but just want the council to understand that this is all part of a larger mosaic that's got to come together to make our future development patterns possible, so that we can keep from having a settlement pattern going forward that just recreates the same problems we're trying to address now. So didn't mean want to take up too much time on that, but it's just there's a lot of work that's going to have to be done on this stuff.
Right. So it sounds like what I'm hearing, unless others want to chime in, there's a reason that there isn't a specific action in this document that talks about relocating wastewater treatment facilities, because the way we talked about it a week ago is still the way folks are thinking about it. That's point one. Point two, there's some questions about, does all this stuff belong in the zone of in the area of compact settlement in this document, Secretary Moore's question about, why are we talking about drinking water again? I'm not sure we resolved that, but what I'm hearing from Chris and others is these bigger picture issues of the infrastructure needed to make this type of settlement pattern work are part of an interconnected, you use the word mosaic. And so there is some logic to be referring to them in these documents. I want to make sure I understand, June, when you say you agree with Secretary Moore with Julie's comments, which part of those comments are you trying to lift up there?
I am wholeheartedly embracing everything she said.
Got it.
I want the record to reflect that I am one with her in this view.
Okay. All right. Okay.
She will pay me later.
Fantastic. So let me go back to you then, Secretary Moore. Are you looking to pull that stuff out of the document? Are you just flagging it to say, careful, we're a little on the zone of mission creep, but I can live with it for now? Like, where are you on this?
I guess my recommendation would be that this information does not belong in the compact settlement piece. Appreciating Chris's comment about the importance of thinking critically about the siting of new infrastructure. There is language in there about existing infrastructure, and that's either a rural resilience piece or an effects of climate change piece, and can think of ways that it may actually appear in both those places, but I don't see it as part of the compact settlement discussion.
Okay. So does anybody have concerns if as folks take this back in the next 24, 48 hours and try to make a new draft, that Chris and others who are having the pen on this section look at the possibility of, if it's really talking about the impacts of climate change, then it should be part of the section that we're going to hear about from Leslie Ann later and her colleague, or it should get bumped up into the rural resilience piece. Does folks think that's a good pathway that Secretary Moore's putting out for us?
Can you remind me what the it is that we're talking about?
The drinking water mention, it was specifically lines 76 and 78, but it's mention of drinking water stuff. I can put it on the screen in just a sec. Chris, you unmuted yourself. Chris Campany, did you want to say something?
Yeah, maybe I'm just slow, but I'm trying to think of. So Julie, are you saying it needs to just move to another section, or? I'm trying to get my head around exactly what you're suggesting. Sorry, I may just be a little slow uptake this afternoon.
No, what I'm saying, I guess, I'll even read what the comment I wrote, which is, I don't think it's a strong link with compact settlement and sort of the resiliency. What I read of is the resiliency of water and wastewater infrastructure and wellhead protection areas. I think it's a larger concern. And should be covered in the effects of climate change section or the rural resilience section. It's not that the issue isn't real. I think we've just narrowed it by putting it into the compact settlement section, and it belongs elsewhere.
Okay.
Yeah, Julie, it can go in pathway 2 in rural, which is about infrastructure. So I think that could address your concern easily.
Thank you.
Okay, Lauren?
I might be slow too, but I just want to confirm that we're just talking about line 73 through 75, that language should be pulled. I think that's what I heard you say, Julie, those lines.
It was 76 through 78 in my draft. I do have concerns about lines 72 and 73. I think that's actually technically inaccurate. I don't think it's small lot sizes that makes it challenging to build conventional wastewater systems. I think it's, well, depending on what we mean, I guess, by conventional wastewater systems. So just thinking through and making sure we have an accurate representation of what the concern is. But to my mind, the tension is between compact settlement and on-site water and wastewater systems is observing the required separation distances and the fact that Vermont has a lot of crummy soils, rather than the presence of wells and septic systems, and would encourage someone to work with folks in part of Peter Walk's team, probably in the Drinking Water and Groundwater Protection Division or in the Water Infrastructure Division to help ensure that that language is technically accurate.
I think that was my language. I don't know that I said conventional. I may have been just in the rush to draft stuff. I may have said conventional when it should have been challenging to build on-site septic and well on small lots. But generally speaking, like a lot of villages, you're talking a half-acre lot. And if you look at state standards for septic shadowing and wells, there are some just bulk what we call bulk requirements, the lot size that does interfere. And yes, we do have shitty soils. Bad soils. But maybe that is appropriate in this context. But anyway, but yeah, so happy to work with Peter on characterizing that correctly. But the small lot sizes definitely do have an impact just based on the basic requirements of what septic system can be located relative to a wellhead.
Agreed. I don't think it's the issue. I think it's the phrasing or the framing there, and it just needs to be reworked a little bit. But I think we're both citing the same concern.
Great.
So just to summarize this piece, and then I'll quick grab the other hands. It sounds like it may make sense to think about how these types of comments end up in rural resilience. And Chris and others can look at that. It sounds like there's some rephrasing that Chris Campany can do on this to address concerns. All right, Dr. Leslie Ann, go ahead, please.
Thanks, David. So I just wanted to flag, because I'm not sure everybody's had a chance to dig into the document that came out at 4 o'clock this morning, but it sort of tries to set the overarching framework in terms of adaptation, resilience from a systems perspective, and brings all aspects of water and the natural environment and our complex topography and how that shapes practically everything that we're trying to do as a state into context. So maybe once we've had a chance to dig into that tomorrow, some of these would sort of naturally fold in and we can sort of cross-reference across the various sections.
That's great. Okay, so everybody has that in their inboxes now. And so that's another way to feel comfortable that we're covering things well. Peter Walk.
Thanks, David. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I would offer, I think there are a number of issues like this and other things that I am grateful for the work of the counselors who put together this section, but I think as we're seeing the broader package of language come together, where there's some scrubbing and fine tuning that could be done across this section and probably others that have touch upon multiple areas, that I think could benefit from another level of review. Not sure if that's helpful or not. And I'm happy to engage in that and engage our team in some of these specifics. Like I think there are some pieces in the environmental justice section that could be brought up to speed as to sort of where we are as a state, because it assumes that there's presently nothing happening, and that's not the case. While we do have work to be done, there is work ongoing, and an intentional sort of deliberate process, so that we didn't jump directly into an official policy, but we had one that was informed by different communities. And so I just want to, there are some opportunities like that I think could use another set of eyes.
Great. Okay. Thanks, Peter. And so that's the kind of work that can happen over the next, 2 days, 3 days kind of thing, right? And then a new version is available within a week. With some clarity about, as Jane has done with all these new versions, there's a clean version and there's a track change version, so people can see really clearly what's happened in the document. If you took out lines 73 to 75 on drinking water, that's out and it went over to rural resilience. So that's the kind of thing that can happen over the next couple of days. And I bet Chris Cochran and others would welcome help from Peter and his team to do that final edit. Okay, so on this issue, I think we've done a couple things, right? We've talked about the clarity of language around the moving or not moving wastewater treatment facilities. We've talked about pulling out some very specific mentions that feel like infrastructure that feel better in rural resilience. And as Lauren put in the chat, that's exactly what we're talking about, is just those specific mentions, as I understand it. And now we just have an offer from Peter to help with some scrubbing. And we also have Leslie Ann's piece that will help frame up these issues. And we need to take a look at those and make sure that, or not make sure, but see how they help us tell this overall story. Okay. So does that feel like a pathway on those issues that we were just working through? The other piece that was in the comments from the survey was this comment around when we look at development in compact settlement development in villages and village centers, there's this preservation aspect of maintaining the character and charm and scale of those villages. And how do we manage that tension? I wonder if there's some thoughts around that comment. Chris?
Yeah, I'll put on my landscape architect hat, which is very jaunty and well designed. But one of the things that we need to do more so, and I don't know if we I've totally forgotten what I've written, what other people have written. I need to go back and look at everything, but is when towns develop plans around and they use the policy language about, compact settlement and surrounded by rural countryside. Oftentimes what we don't do enough of is the actual physical planning and design of these compact settlements. And that's really where you can start capturing the consistency of pattern, so that you're maintaining that village form. That's where you can start exploring even housing design types, to where you can have multifamily housing that's frankly in the same kind of scale as a lot of our homes are in the villages, with the big house attached to the barn, et cetera. There are ways to get at all of this, but we really need to invest in, I would argue, more physical planning and design, not just the words on the page. And too often, what drives the conversation around compact settlement is we need the water and wastewater. We don't necessarily, we start off as this engineering study, when it really needs to be more of a planning and design study, and then informing the infrastructure. But I can draft some language to that effect, unless Chris has already done it, or maybe already did. I can't remember.
Okay, Chris, you want to comment on that?
Yeah, I mean, the whole compact settlement conversation is all about protecting our community character, and our history. In fact, many of the actions in there make reference to, expanding or broadening the reach of the downtown and village center tax credits, which are all aimed at restoring older and existing historic buildings in our community. So it is bound in there, but it's probably not. It probably could be clarified to make sure that that is our intent. I think we need to allow these places to grow. We can't put a bell jar over them and say they're never going to grow, they're never going to change, but we do want to protect and enhance what is important and kind of what makes them real and what makes them important to our history and our values.
That's great. Okay. Is there anything else folks want to say on this issue of character and maintaining character and form and size? Okay. Okay, so those were the ones that came in from the survey. And I just want to open up a space now on this issue of compact development, if there's other pieces that folks want to address as you look at these recommendations. Secretary Moore?
Yeah, I just, it was an observation, and I think it's true throughout the cross-cutting section, is I'm concerned that this isn't, the actions aren't limited to just the high priority actions. that there are things in there that just don't feel like they would pass muster, and maybe was of this opinion because immediately prior to reading the cross-cutting section, I read the component of the cap that describes how different actions were going to be reviewed and prioritized, but it just seems like more so than in other portions of the report, and appreciating the enormous challenges of trying to narrow the field, that didn't take place in this section to the extent it did in others, and as a result gets a little weedy and unbalanced compared to a lot of other components of the report.
So that raises a question of what to do in the next week. Lauren, you want to come in on that?
Yeah, I'm just going to respond to the compact settlement actions. Those actions that came from agriculture and ecosystems were vetted through that full subcommittee and were ranked as high priority, and then were pulled into the section. I don't know about the rural resilience and adaptation actions, but at least for those four actions that were pulled from agriculture and ecosystems, it was prioritized through the same process that other subcommittees did.
Great. Okay.
Yeah, anything that was cross-cutting and pulled from RRA was high priority through the RRA assessment process.
Got it. Okay. I wonder, Julie, if you wanted to say even more specifically about some cases here that would lead to potential edits. Are you able to do that right now?
Example of what I was looking at, maybe.
Yeah.
I would start with lines 110 and 111 to increase municipal planning grant funds to support zoning modernization and bylaw adoption that creates housing growth opportunities and more housing choices. I just feel like that's several steps down the path of what we need for compact settlement, and will own that I am not a planner, but as I say, the actions here feel unbalanced, out of balance with the level of detail and sort of how far down the path they go compared with actions in some of the other sections. So, you know, the next one on that list, a rolling planning grant for communities in need of consulting assistance for neighborhood development area application preparation and work. Again, just feels like, and I know that part of this is just a function of time, but they jumped out at me as being of a different scope and scale than what we have in a lot of other places in the report.
Thanks, Julie. Catherine, I'm just putting up on the screen what Secretary Moore was reading from. So our page numbers are a little different. Catherine?
Yeah, I'll acknowledge what Julie said, that they may be different in the scope and scale of some of the other recommendations. But I would also point out that in this case, they're also very specific and extremely actionable. And in the compact settlement, land use, resilience, adaptation space, there's a lot of opportunities that are specific that may be considered smaller compared to some of the other broader recommendations, especially when compared to the mitigation sections. But that doesn't make them any less of a high priority and any less impactful. And especially in speaking to both of these, if municipalities don't have the tools they need to ensure that the local permitting works for high density housing in our village centers, then we're not going to get it. So it's foundational, and it may seem small, but I don't really think it is.
Okay. Other thoughts about what either these specific ones or the broader point Secretary Moore is making?
Ditto, Catherine.
Ditto, Catherine. Okay. All right. Joey?
I don't necessarily, I'm not going to speak to what Secretary Moore is raising necessarily, although we have also in the transportation work recognized the need for the investments in the compact community centers. So I think just echoing the real need there that Catherine just articulated. But my question is can I get into a level of specificity? And I'm sorry, I didn't. So So my question relates to two different places, and one may just be a clarification under, I think it's pathway, oh gosh. It's line 171, pathway action L. Reduce regulation of development in downtowns and village centers to cluster development. Remove barriers to cluster development, i.e. Act 50 local zoning to provide statewide guidance, et cetera. I guess I just wonder about if we can be more clear about where we're moving barriers, just making sure, because we're not talking about cluster development like on top of a mountain. I think, so it just seems like there's an opportunity to be more clear about linking it again to the downtown and village senators there. It seems implied, but I just would think that may be helpful. And then secondly, I just wonder if like sort of reducing, regulation should be, to the degree we're able to quantify it, reducing regulation that's not necessary to protect public health and safety and environmental quality. I think this is generally, I'm supportive of it. I just would like a little more clarification, and maybe I can follow up with some more language specificity. And I'm sorry it's so late in the game, because in general, I think this is a really good bucket of strategies. So that's the points, and I can follow up in an email.
So why don't we just pause for 1 second there, because it sounded like what you're saying is you want to make sure that this is about downtowns and village centers, and it's not, we're not unintentionally creating higher density where we don't want it.
Right.
Okay. And I would assume folks who are authoring this, that was the intent. Is there any reason why?
I see from Lauren, that is the intent, and it seems implied because it just follows the first sentence, but it just seems like helpful to
got it.
Get it.
Okay. Great. And what's the next one, Joey? And then I'm going to circle back because we didn't really finish on where Secretary Moore was, but
well,
go
we
ahead,
can circle
Joey.
back there. Like I said, I didn't mean to intercede in that.
It's fine. If you want to put one more thing on the table, and maybe it'll be helpful in
the other thing I just would put on the table is just a little bit further down in the action section around line 207. So it seems, I just sort of, in looking at this, it seems like there might be a missing action here or an opportunity. So for instance, earlier in the doc, it says that, further research and analysis is needed to identify and quantify specific benefits associated with specific patterns of compact settlement and specific types of infrastructure investments. That tracks with what we've been thinking about in the transportation arena too. I just wonder if there's a potential additional action related to sort of coordinating efforts in the state to sort of track land use trends to inform progress in meeting climate goals. Like this could include aggregating data on housing, subdivision, land transfers, loss and fragmentation of forests, et cetera. So I just wonder if there may be an opportunity to sort of follow what is referenced earlier with a little bit more specificity about sort of the state tracking these land use trends and have a metric to guide this work even better.
Okay, I see some hands go up about that. Lauren, Chris, go ahead, Lauren, please.
Yeah, a couple of us in the compact settlement group talked about that data gap need, Joey, and I think we're gonna try to recommend some language and additional action around it. So that will be theoretically out by the end of this week or by our deadline early next.
Okay, thank you. And I can send a little bit of language if that's helpful, and then you guys can move forward with what you've got. Sorry, I didn't mean to realign the conversation.
No, that's fine. Chris, and then we'll go back to Secretary Moore.
Yeah, Lauren, if it's helpful to you, there's similar need for data that's outlined in the comprehensive energy plan. And we can send you the language related to that. And that way, maybe those two reports can say the same things.
Imagine that. Okay. All right. Secretary Moore, I want to circle back to what you had brought up and also if there's something else you wanted to put on the table.
Yeah, there are a couple other things I want to put on the table, but don't want to monopolize the conversation. So maybe go quick. One is, and David, I appreciate you being able to show where it is in the document. The version I looked at, it was lines 134 through 137 or 36. The idea of a state land use plan. feel like that's a really big thing. It's been put forward before. It is constant subject of controversy when raised, at least in my experience, and think at least we would be well served to discuss this. There's a real sense that it starts to create winners and losers in terms of existing communities and community centers. And I think we just need to be cognizant of that if this is something we indeed want to put forward. So to at least like to tee it up for conversation and a bit of discussion. Similarly, there's a recommendation around strategic investment and Office of Strategic Investment and Coordination. Sort of hopeful we can talk about this in the context, knowing that there's also a recommendation around a climate office, just around creating sort of new holdings within state government to do some of this work, as opposed to looking at sort of how these needs might be met through existing departments, agencies, and programs that state government administers. So that second one's a little bit broader, and would love to take up the climate office conversation as part of that. But then that state land use plan piece, I do think we probably should discuss as a group.
Great. Okay. So, wow, those are some biggies. And so let's tee these up, right? The first being the land use plan, right? Because the specific request, the specific line in the document is hire a consultant to engage stakeholders and support the development of a state land use plan that guides development in growth areas, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah. So that's what's being recommended. And Julie, you're saying, hang on a second, there's a lot that's to unpack there. So if we're just saying that, we need to have some conversation about it, and we should have, maybe there's some points that you would want to put on the table if it's there. And so let me just do a quick round. And I don't know, Abby, if your hands is about anything related to this or something, it's a different issue. Okay. So we can just hold 1 second on this issue of a state land use plan and the recommendation to hire a consultant to engage stakeholders and support the development of a state land use plan. What else could or should be put in this document if that's going to be a recommendation from this climate council? Like, what else needs to be in here? And I know it's a little confusing with a hand cue right now, so maybe just like wave your hand if you have a strong feeling about land use. Rich and Chris. Yeah.
Like others on this call, I'm a former land use planner, and I've been involved in smart growth policies discussions in Vermont, I think going back to the Cunin administration. So I do have two thoughts. The first is that if we're really calling for the creation of a state land use plan, that is a very high level proposal. And I have some fear that it would take attention away from the other important proposals that are included in the CAP, and that we really need to get across to the public. I'm generally supportive of the compact settlements, policies, and the text as written, for the most part, I think is terrific. But I think I would like to make sure that the plan as a whole recognizes the urgency of the climate crisis and focuses at least as much, and I think should be more, on the mitigation actions that are necessary to drive down emissions in the short term. And we don't find ourselves tangled up in a debate about a whole host of compact settlements policies or a state land use plan that, from the point of view of emission reduction, will have long-term effects, and from the point of view of a lot of other state policy goals are really important, but that we need to present them in a way that puts them alongside the shorter term 2025, 2030 emission reduction policies that have to highlight what we're telling the legislature and the public.
Rich, can I interrupt you for 1 second to say, what would be your suggestion about how to handle the text as it is right now in the way it talks about state land use plan?
I would not include a recommendation to create a state land use plan in this document. I would open the door to it. I think if the state wants to, engage in that high-level public discourse one more time, it's consistent with the work of this council, but I just wouldn't want it to be presented in a way that becomes a big distraction to the really important policies that we need to advance right away.
Thanks, Rich. Chris, and then Lauren.
Yeah, so, I mean, having worked in other jurisdictions where basically the can was kicked down the road until everybody said, oh my God, growth has gotten out of control. We were dying from a death from 1,000 cuts. We better create a state land use plan and probably a more comprehensive state land use planning rubric. I don't know. I mean, to my mind, I see no harm in the study, and I think one of the things the study is going to probably find. I could be wrong. I never did a dissertation on comparative planning, but I think you're going to find in states where they finally got control over trying to, manage sprawl, manage this, just the chasing of sprawl with infrastructure, including schools and other things like that. They did so by basically creating, statewide land use planning tools. And I think it's, we're suggesting a study. I think it's definitely worth doing. Because right now the path of least resistance is generally large lot development on town roads. And that's just exacerbating your pattern going forward into the future. I think it is critical we start thinking about it now. I think generally speaking, the profound lack of development in Vermont, which could change and which could really stress test Act 250 in a way it's never been tested. We need to start asking these questions now. So this may be one of those issues where we have to agree to disagree and ultimately have a vote. But I think we need to start looking at this overall structural pattern so that we don't wind up in trying to address greenhouse gas emissions reductions now, just creating the same conditions where energy inefficiency, we just basically kind of exacerbate the demand for energy and loss of efficiency and all going forward into the future because we ignored it. So that would be my retort.
Thanks, Chris. And let me just clarify something you said, Chris. You said it's worthwhile to do the study. And I think one of the things folks are reacting to is the language of hire a consultant to engage stakeholders and support the development of a state land use plan. So that sounds like more than doing a study, right? That sounds like doing this because we're supporting the creation of this state land use plan. I wonder if there's language
I would
there.
support that language because I think those are the facts. But if a compromise solution is doing the study and let the chips fall, I mean, that's fine too. But I'm pretty sure I know what they're going to find out.
Got it. Okay. Lauren?
Perhaps unsurprisingly, I'll agree with everything Chris just said, and then just wanted to verbalize my respectful but strong disagreement, Rich, that a statewide land use plan shouldn't be a priority of the climate action plan. As I said in the chat, we have some similar language being discussed within agriculture and ecosystems and some follow-on language for what the implementation of that might look like. I'm happy to share it, but for people who either attended or watched retrospectively, I'm sorry that you'll have to listen to this again, but just last Friday, I made a relatively impassioned plea around this. And I'm I don't want to continue the narrative that supporting resilience and adaptation measures is something that will take away from necessary mitigation efforts. You know, we have a huge generational land transfer that is about to occur within the state of Vermont. 80% of our land is privately owned, and we are the second oldest or maybe first oldest state in the country. That means there's going to be a significant transfer of that land. And what that looks like is totally up in the air right now. We're not sure, but we can assume further forest fragmentation. We can assume greater conversion of agricultural land out of production. We can assume build out of renewable energy, which is great and part of all of the work that's happening across sector mitigation, but understanding appropriate places where that should go has to be considered. We have changing climate impacts that are already here. We have an affordable housing crisis. We have all of these crises that are happening at the same time, and to not proactively think about what that means for our land and our landscape and Vermonters would be a huge oversight. And so I'll continue to beat this drum. And Chris, if it comes to a vote, it comes to a vote. But I really want to make sure that we're not polarizing necessary actions just because they don't necessarily tick an emissions reductions box.
Thanks. Catherine, and then Chris Cochran.
Perhaps unsurprisingly, I'm speaking in favor of this. I would note that the recommendation, that action as it's worded now, doesn't actually speak to referring to the ag and ecosystems, how that plan would inform or direct policy and regulation at the regional and state level. So that would be part of the planning process itself, is figuring out those pieces. And with all due respect to Secretary Moore, or Julie, sorry, got all formal there for a second, with Julie's comment that the concerns that she shared or that others have expressed about land use plans creating winners and losers, there are winners and losers right now. Only it's not, the winners and losers are not picked in a planning process that looks at equity, that looks at climate impacts, that looks at where we should be investing our common tax dollars. So the winners and the losers are happening. All a planning process would do would be making sure you're leveling the playing field for those winners and losers, and maybe trying to even it out a little bit so that the winners don't always win and the losers don't always lose.
Okay. Chris Cochran, then I'll go back to Rich, and then we'll see where we are at.
Yeah, I mean, we did try to do an emissions study to look at land use, and it was suggested, and we've got an RFP on that. Other jurisdictions have done studies that show, in fact, it is a significant, good land use supports our goals to reduce emissions. So not only is it an emissions reduction strategy, I think the thing that matters to me is it's a resiliency strategy. How are we going to adapt our communities unless we know what areas we're trying to protect for human population, for natural communities? And I think it's really hard to do in our fragmented system. So unless we explore these further, I think we're going to struggle. And then every time a new house is built, those emissions exist. Every time somebody has to drive further to their work, and that's not going to change for many years. Every time a piece of infrastructure is built, it lasts for a really long time. So unless we're thinking about this more comprehensively, I do have a concern that without these pieces, without these thinking, our emissions reductions targets are going to be really, really hard to meet. And unless we start doing this now, because this does take a long time, it's going to be really hard to achieve the 2030 and 2050 goals.
Okay, great. Thanks, Chris. Rich, your hand's up.
Yeah, I have to confess, I find myself feeling in a really odd situation here. As I said, I was a land use planner long before I became an energy focused person. And I've supported policies around smart growth in Vermont for my entire career. So I agree with almost everything that my colleagues have said in favor of good planning. So I just want to be really clear about that. And I agree that better planning can reduce emissions, particularly in the longer time frame. My first concern was simply, I'm going to state two concerns. My first concern was to make sure that this climate action plan is written in such a way that it equally promotes the actions that need to be taken on the mitigation side to reduce emissions substantially and quickly. And it can also promote actions that would be compact settlement related, planning related, and so forth, that are likely to reduce emissions only over a longer time frame. I agree with those who've said there shouldn't be a conflict between shorter term actions and longer term actions. We can promote both, and we should promote both. I just want to make sure that the plan says so really clearly, so that the public understands that really clearly. My second point is a more finer grained point, and that is the distinction between statewide land use planning policies and investment strategies and its infrastructure planning strategies, et cetera, which are all desirable on the one hand, and the phrase a state land use plan, which in Vermont historical terms has been regarded as a single statewide planning document that isn't just a policy document, but which is literally a zoning map for the state. And I don't think this group is proposing that, but the terminology has historical baggage, and we need to be careful about using phrasing the recommendation in such a way that it raises up that baggage. So I've been through these fights. I'm a veteran of this exact kind of conversation, and I'm hoping that a state land use planning policy process is not confused with a giant map adopted by the state that is interpreted as a zoning map. Thanks.
Okay. All right. So there's an opportunity in this line, and maybe it's elsewhere in the document, to define what is meant by a state land use plan, given the sensitivities that Rich laid out. Maybe there is some clarity on that, or maybe it can be added. I'm sort of looking at Lauren and Chris and others about that question. This is one of these great opportunities, because I'd love to just take the temperature of where people are at, because you guys there's 21 of you. I'm just curious, as you hear these different pieces of the puzzle and the concerns, like where folks are at right now. I'm curious, if just the actual idea that's in the document right now, the actual text. I'm just curious the number of you who feel comfortable with that text as written. And so this is not a vote. This is just like taking the temperature of all of you who are on the call right now. How many folks are comfortable right now with that text, having heard this? And you can drop it in the chat and just say, I'm good, it's fine. I'd just be curious sort of where people's heads are at on this. There's obviously things that can be done to that text to give greater clarity. Right. It's not the formal 1 to 3 that I normally do. It's just like, I'm good with it. I really don't like it. I think it needs help. Like Sue, I share Rich's concern, right? Just, it'd be good to lift up those voices that haven't been talking about this. Leslie Ann, do you want to go ahead?
If I may, I think the last hour's conversation has lifted up a broader piece of what's going on here, and part of it is around we're all coming from different places and using words a little bit differently. And I think to the extent that we can use either quote unquote neutral words or words that are not triggers or words that everybody understands would be one way to move forward. I mean, for example, when a climatologist sees the letters together, WX, that's the shorthand for weather in the atmospheric sciences and not weatherization. And so I think we're seeing some of that playing out here. So to the extent that I think a lot of us are in the same space, but to help move the conversation forward, if we could maybe shift the dynamic a little bit, come to something that we're all more okay on, so that everybody's not triggered and everybody feels okay with what we decide on where we land.
That's really helpful. And I think this phrase of state land use plan is one of those triggers, right? And so to the extent it can be defined and use language around that, perhaps that can address some concerns. Okay, I'm seeing some of you use the chat. I'm not seeing a lot of you use the chat, but thanks for those of you who are to say, I'm fine, I'd rather see some different language, etc. Okay. So we're pulling this back. This is information that the drafters can take back. And I think what we're hearing is some real interest in having the concept in the document. We're hearing some real concern about what it can trigger and the implications of that. And we're hearing some ideas about changing language or being more precise about language about what we're talking about. So those are all inputs to a new version of this. And then when we look at this and try to finalize it on the 23rd or on the 29th of this month, what we can do is we can do a proper, like, if there's still concerns, we can take your temperature for real and get everybody to do that and see if one way or another garners more support. Okay, I think that might be as far as we want to go on that issue, and I'm glad we lifted it up. I want to circle back for a second on Abby had her hand up a long time ago, and I didn't grab it. And I wonder, Abby, if you're still there. I'm just looking around. Did you want to raise up a different issue?
No, it was about compact settlement. I was just thinking that, like, I wonder if one of the questions that we will get from members of the public is for folks like me who live and have to live rurally. I am in favor conceptually of compact settlement, but I do think there will need to be some education around what that will mean for different communities, and we should be prepared for the level of concerns that we might face, and just wanting to be conscious about how we frame that up. I mean, there are those of us who have to live in rural places because it's where farmland is conserved, and we would like to not be non-compacted or settled or have services. So I think, we just need to be conscious that that will be a component of the conversation that may come up when this goes to the public.
That's great. Thanks, Abby. And if there's some specific thoughts around language on that, I'm sure that would be useful if you want to coordinate with Chris Cochran or anybody else on that, would be great. Okay. So there was another issue that Julie put on the table, that it was just referenced in the chat as well, which links up to an even bigger interesting issue that I know people have some strong opinions about. And that was the issue of this office. Remind me again, it was Office of Strategic Investment and how that relates to this other idea of having a climate officer in a cabinet level position that's in another piece of these documents. And I don't remember exactly which part. And I wonder if folks want to put some thoughts on the table about the concerns or the changes they'd like to see on that issue. And I'm happy to weave those different pieces together of the climate position, the strategic office, the strategic investment thing, and others. And I wonder, Julie, if I could actually circle back to you on this to say, if you had to make a specific change to what you've seen in the document so far, what would be that specific change as it relates to these issues?
I guess, and admittedly, this is somewhat self-servingly. I think we need to appropriately resource the programs that exist within state government. I don't think creating new programs is necessarily a solution to anything. And frankly, just there's a lot of startup and unintended consequences, and am generally not in favor of creating new offices or sort of superstructures. But you know, we have a climate director, it's Jane, and we have the starts of a climate office the way it's being structured in ANR, and I'm not sure what the value is in reinventing that wheel. And when it comes to, you know, the Office of Strategic Investment and Coordination, I guess I'm not sure. I'm not sure that there are a lot of folks that would be necessarily amenable to that idea. In some ways, there's probably parts of that in several state agencies, but absent a supporting infrastructure, I think it would be a really challenging office to actually have be effective from my vantage.
Okay. All right. So you're inclined to not have these kinds of recommendations in, but have recommendations that are more about resourcing the programs and structures that currently exist. Okay. Sue and then Abby.
Yeah, I think I want to disagree with the secretary on this point, because I have had personal experience, right, you know, after Irene, when we had a cabinet level position, and it was short-term in nature, and recommendation certainly is not that. But what was so key after, you know, Irene was the ability from a high level and level of authority within state government to be able to look across all of the silos, to coordinate and to prioritize investment that is strategic. I think what's hard for me about this is I do think that kind of an idea is an executive branch decision, most importantly, a gubernatorial decision to elevate that issue to that level. So I feel I'm not certain about our authority as a climate council, but I still think it's an important recommendation to put forward, because I think without it, it's impossible for one silo of government, the ANR, and something within ANR DEC to have the authority to reach across. I mean, you know, I think it's been very outstanding. I want to recognize Commissioner Borneman, who's really been able to do that from her vantage point through COVID, through the Emergency Operations Center. But I think this requires something ongoing, not a moment of disaster and response. So I happen to believe strongly that a very high level position and authority within state government to cross not only state government, but out into private sector, nonprofit sector, regional planning. That's what that suggestion or recommendation means to me from my personal experience, and why I think it would be helpful. Thanks.
Thanks, Sue. Can I, before we go to the next comment, I want to clarify exactly what we're talking about here, because I think there's more than one recommendation. One recommendation is what Lauren just put in the chat about, and I think that's in the rural resilience piece, not in this piece, right, Lauren? Create a mechanism, position, or body within the executive branch to conserve, or is it in the cross-cutting? I'm not sure where these are. Apologies.
That
But
one
there's
is in agriculture and ecosystems.
That one's in ag and ecosystems? Okay.
Yeah, and it speaks to a lot of what Sue just mentioned, that it is intentional to pull people out of their individual agency silos to work across the different regulatory and funding programs and make sure that programs and regulations and permits aren't conflicting, to build efficiency, but to also make sure that we're adapting those programs and regulations with a climate lens.
Great. And then there's another piece, which is line 165, I think, of the cross-cutting, which is create an office of strategic investment and coordination that supports achievement of land use planning goals by aligning and resolving conflicts in state and local regulations and funding, and provides a permitting platform from both the customer and policy objective perspective, right? So that's a separate thing that's in this compact settlement set of things. So we're talking about both. I just want to make sure we're clear about that, and whether in recognizing there's two somewhat similar things that we need to think about that. Abby, go ahead. Please.
I hate to be the person that has to say this, but a lot of the reason that we talked about it so much in agriculture and ecosystems was because in that subcommittee, we had windows into a number of people who've bumped up against areas in our government where procedural equity is not being pursued. And so the concerns were that to continue forward in where we're at could potentially really solidify some of the problems that currently exist. And that, you know, our idea was that potentially somebody needed to be brought in that specifically had DEI and or just transition experience and was coming from outside in order to, again, climate is huge. And as we've seen in this body, there are so much from different areas of expertise where we do not understand the impacts of those things as they bump up against something else. And you really need somebody that we really need an organizing body, I think, that can equitably and efficiently think through the silos that we that we do currently operate in. And I do personally believe that the silos in which we operate are detrimental to our shared future because climate cross-cuts everything. And so that was a lot of where we were coming from, is there was a lot of concern about that living, anything regarding climate living in one agency or another, because it needs to be, there can't be ownership over it. There's gotta be, this would need to be a person that could understand the depth of everything that we're talking about and the cross-cutting nature of how deep and coordinated this needs to be moving forward.
Thanks, Abby. Peter?
This is a subject that is near and dear to my heart. I think many of you know I have somewhat played this role for a few years, or did previously, in trying to coordinate various state actions across the government. And it's impossible for one person to do. So I think it's this fallacy of a notion that this is going to be one person, that this has to be a coordinated effort, a body to be able to do this effectively. I don't think that there are discussions about where that can exist, but it needs to be able to touch the people who are doing the work in a way that is meaningful. And so I think it's important that it exists in a way that can continue to provide the same level of support and analysis and et cetera that we've been developing here, right? Essentially what you were looking for is a sort of continuation of this effort into the future, right? To continually look at the equity impact of different policy design and outcomes, to evaluate the economic impacts of various proposals as they continue to move forward, to look at the greenhouse gas impacts and the land use impacts and other things associated with the actions that we're taking, to manage the state's efforts on resilience, to understand what the budget and the sort of inventory of programs looks like. That is essentially taking all that we're doing now and having it continue on in an ongoing basis. I want to caution that any sense that that is one person doing that work will set this up for failure, because the legislature will see that and they'll go, oh, we'll make a climate czar and we'll solve the problem. That cannot be the message that is sent. Thanks.
Okay. All right. So we've got these two pieces that are similar, but not the same. We've had a lot of conversation about this sort of climate position role and the intent behind it, and then the concerns about it, such as what Peter just expressed. I want to do a quick check in on this other piece, which is in the cross-cutting draft. This is the language. I read it to you. Apparently it emerged initially from transportation, but it sort of right. And so, Lauren, can you say one more word about what you just put in the chat? The current language.
Oh, yeah,
talking about
just on the single climate director, or as Peter called it, a climate czar solving all of our problems. I'm equally reticent to supporting that type of recommendation.
Great. And so just help me out, guys. Where is that recommendation, right? Because it's not what I just dropped in the chat. This is a different thing, the Office of Strategic Investment and Coordination, right?
It looks like it's on line 522 under state government, community, and partner capacity, which I asked where it
Okay.
came from, and I think it came from transportation. And Joey has her hand up.
Joey, go
I
ahead.
just want to sort of underscore that that is in one of the drafts of the Excel sheet, but we have had different iterations of many different drafts, and our recommendation is some high-level interagency coordinating entity along the lines of what you laid in the chat, Lauren, as well as increasing likely state government capacity across agencies to partner in the support of the climate action plan and in this work, as well as an investment in community partner capacity. So from wherever it was pulled, it is certainly in one of those drafts, but it was really meant to be clearly not one person is going to coordinate all of this, although I think Sue did articulate the benefit of that, which is why we have lifted it up. And I sent some suggested language to Jane about this. Sort of, we have continued to recognize the likely need to expand capacity in state government to implement programs, and likely to increase capacity and keep community partner organizations like regional planning commissions, community action agencies, and community-based organizations that can work more directly with Vermonters. So that's really where we had oriented. It was a multifaceted recommendation.
Joey, would you say that the language that Lauren put in the chat about creating a mechanism, position, or body within the executive branch to ensure coordinated climate action, is that more representative of what you're trying to get at than say what's here in this document now at line 522?
It begins to get there, but I do think that we need to be clear about, I don't think we need to create more capacity in state government for the sake thereof. I think we need, but we might recognize that, we may need to expand like capacity in state government to deliver on this. And I work a lot with the network of all volunteer town energy committees. They play a really important role, but it is not enough. I think we need more investment in community partner organizations like RPCs, community action agencies, and probably a lot of the community-based partner groups that work more directly in service with and in partnership with Vermonters across communities. So it was more broad than that, I guess is what I would say, David. And I think that's not embedded in this good language here that I wanted to make sure is on the table.
Okay, great. Thanks, Joey. Leslie Ann, go ahead, please.
Thanks, David. I just wanted to lift up the fact of broadening out this conversation to more than one person, and to echo all of the comments that were already made. This sort of recommendation has appeared in other climate action plans across the US in sort of stretching not just across state government, but also including, for example, state climate offices who actually sit in this space and help to provide outreach and education and coordination activities from a place of climate change and weather expertise. And just to put my hat on from being on the co-chair of the Vermont Drought Task Force, this is exactly the sort of cross-cutting and overarching look that helps to bring some of these conversations to bear in looking at all of the people who are working in a particular space and helping to shape some of the understanding moving forward. So I think if we broaden the conversation to making sure all of the right folks who help to support climate change, understanding and action to the table, it would sort of lift the need from it falling on the shoulders of only state government employees, but also bringing together some of the other folks who are in this space who have that expertise as well.
Leslie Ann, could I ask you, if you were to formulate a recommendation then on this, what would it look like?
It would probably say an Office of Climate Change Activities or something along those lines, where you do bring in all of the state agencies who have expertise or programs already in place to work on climate and climate action, but also bring in all of the expertise from our RPCs also sitting in the space, state climatology expertise, expertise from other universities who are working again in mitigation, adaptation, and resilience, just so that everybody's at the table and everybody's expertise is being lifted up and honored to help move Vermont forward.
Okay, I'm just interested in some nods like around the room as we're like, as does what Leslie Ann described seem like the right path forward in finding a solution on this issue? Does that feel right with what Leslie Ann just said? It's hard to read, honestly, in this Zoom call, I got to admit. All right. Michelle?
David, what I would say is that, we have a framework we've established to get through this process with Jane at the lead, working across the agencies and with a variety of partner stakeholders. And, I think to the extent that capacity is provided to ANR to hold this space for the work of government and the integration of our partners, I'm not sure that a new and different resource is needed. I think the key thing here is assuring that Jane or somebody like her has the support and the singularity of mission to be able to advance this work.
Okay. So we're hearing some commonalities and we're hearing this one kind of key difference here, right? Where some folks, like what Michelle just said and what Julie said is, let's be really, really cautious about creating something new, where others are feeling pretty enthusiastic about creating something new. Leslie Ann called it sort of a state climate office that pulls together these different pieces. Right? I'm not sure we're going to resolve this right now because I want to also touch on some other issues. But I wonder if the drafting team can go back and try to pull from some of the ideas that have come out of this conversation from Leslie Ann, from everybody else that's been speaking, and see if there's a way to frame this up that reflects that a little bit better. And then we'll circle back on the issue of, is this something new or is this existing? And we'll see if there's agreement or not. I'd suggest that as a way, as far as we can get today, unless there's another comment someone wants to offer on this issue. Okay. And in that, I'm not sure we really talked about the specific suggestion of a Office of Strategic Investment and Coordination. I feel like we spent 90% of the time or all the time on this other issue of a state climate office. And can I just suggest or ask a question, that suggestion that came out or that recommendation of an Office of Strategic Investment and Coordination, is that completely distinct from, in the minds of those who are suggesting it, from this other idea of a state climate office? Is that a separate thing altogether? Or is it one and the same for those who are involved in writing that?
Sorry, David, can you say that question again?
This other idea that is in here, I'm just putting in the text again, right? An Office of Strategic Investment and Coordination. It's in the cross-cutting actions under compact settlement. For those who crafted that idea or helped to write it up, is that different from this idea of a state climate office or everything we've been talking about in the last 15, 20 minutes? Or is that fundamentally the same?
I think that also came from transportation within cross sector. No, strategic investment didn't underneath?
No.
Okay.
I guess
think
what I
that
would
came
say,
from rural resilience, just so you guys know.
yeah.
Joey, do you want to say something on that?
Well, just I think appreciating a lot of what people are saying. I don't think that the goal is to like create a whole nother entity like that is not necessary. I think it's like to capacitize, and I think the council is a framework that we should build from. So I also appreciate a lot of what Dr. Leslie Ann just sort of laid out. So I do wonder if like this is something that has come up a lot in the transportation conversation and in general, but so maybe we can go back and sort of synthesize a bunch of these good ideas and put it forward again, because I also think that we're probably not going to answer this question or figure it all out between now and December 1st, but sending a signal that we may need to invest more in people power, just like the legislature did last year, investing in community action agencies to hire financial navigators and more in RPCs, sending a signal to the folks who are making budgetary decisions for the state of Vermont, if there are needs that we should make clear that we should invest in those needs.
Great. Okay. Peter, last word on this, and then we'll finish up on this topic.
Sure. This is maybe just a broader point. I made it in the chat just a moment ago. My understanding of the cross-cutting issues was to take those things that went beyond the impacts to individual subcommittees and elevate them for broader consideration, as they may not be, you know, they like the land use pieces have greenhouse gas implications, but they also have rural resilience and ag and ecosystems implications. And so my understanding that was the purpose and the home for those recommendations. What I've heard today is that there are going to be similar recommendations that come from multiple venues, and that's going to look really schizophrenic. And I'm a little worried that that is the approach that's being taken, because that was not my understanding as to how these issues were supposed to rise up.
I sincerely hope that's not the case. I think on this issue of what kind of structure you're looking at for state government, whether the state climate office or whatever, that should be a single idea that comes out. There shouldn't be like the version in the ag and ecosystem, the version in rural resilience. Like that would be a huge bummer. So I agree with you, Peter, that that's not the idea here. But I think that's why we're having the conversations at council right now as a council to pull those threads together and say, well, what are we really saying here that would address the concerns that have bubbled up?
I hope that's the case, but I've now heard that for like land use planning and for a climate office / director recommendations that are similar but different in multiple locations. And we need to do better than that.
Okay. Okay. Point taken. All right. Okay. Chris?
Yeah, just to emphasize, I think this is an issue that we've flagged early on, that we're kind of working in our silos, and there's really not been opportunity to coordinate across sectors, across subcommittees. And this is kind of the result. And we're kind of left trying to resolve these tension points or differences, and kind of we're talking about similar things, but saying in different ways.
Yep. So we're going to do something over the next couple of days, is to try to figure out if there is a consolidated way that pulls in the feedback that's being provided right now. And we're going to do that over the next few days and push that back out to you as a council and see if we're hitting the mark, and we'll see where we land. But the idea is to pull out the really good feedback and information that's happening in this conversation and translate that into changes on the page. Chris?
And just a reality check on that. So this is the 16th. The last council meeting before Thanksgiving is the 23rd. I think the plan is for everybody, if I recall from the steering committee meeting, is for on the 23rd, everybody to kind of see the plan in total. Is that right? Is that kind of correct characterization, Jane or Marianne? Well, let's assume that's correct.
I'm happy to weigh in on that too. Yeah.
And then all the decisions get made on the 29th. So there's a lot that has to happen in 2 days, 2 or 3 days. So, because somehow that plan's got to get drafted by the 23rd. So just I'm not complaining or anything. I'm just reality check for the council. We're running up against some real world hard deadlines. And I'm really glad we're having these conversations now. But we've also just got to figure out how we're going to work with this, within the space-time continuum we're confronted with.
Yeah. Jane, go ahead. And we will, Chris, talk specifically about the plan for the 23rd and the 29th later this meeting. But Jane, go ahead, please.
I was just going to highlight that. So you stole my thunder. So we're looking forward to doing that today.
Yeah. And it is a very hard deadline. Okay. All right. We've got just a minute or two here before we take a break, or maybe we can go straight to a break right now. We've been sitting here for 2 hours, which is probably more than anybody can do. We jumped into some of the most important and difficult issues, right? Because we knew this issue of the sort of state climate office, climate czar thing was going to be really challenging. So I'm glad we jumped into it. My recommendation is we take a break. I think it would be good to carve out a little bit of time on the back end of this break to tick through a few more of these issues that came in over the survey, just to make sure we're not missing something really important we want to spend some time on. But why don't we take a 10-minute break, or a little bit more than 10 minutes. Let's come back at 10 minutes past the hour, and we'll pick things back up. We'll spend a little bit more on this cross-cutting piece, and then we'll pivot right into the next item on the agenda. All right. So we'll see you back here at 10 minutes past the hour. Thanks everybody for hanging in there. We got a Zoom marathon today. So we'll see you at 10 minutes past the hour. All right. Take care. Welcome back. We'll get going again here. I'll just wait till I see a critical mass of cameras come back on. No, we got folks with us. Okay. Okay, so welcome back. What I'd like to do is take about 15 minutes and touch on some of the issues that came up on the cross-cutting pathways, and then we'll get into the transportation piece. In terms of the other ideas that came in over the survey, here are a few more pieces. Let me just show my screen again. There's a specific request on education about ongoing education for the council itself. I'm not sure that needs a lot of discussion, but if folks want to comment on that, I encourage drafters to look at that. On the personal actions piece, there's a comment about the personal actions are really focused around emissions reductions and not so much about adaptations resilience. And I wonder if there's, we're at the 11th hour to be making additional actions, but I wonder on this particular one, if there's some language that needs to be put at the front of this to say, here's some initial personal actions around the reducing emissions. In the future, we will suggest some additional things around personal actions around resilience, adaptations, et cetera. But I just wonder,
David, it's Jared. If I may, yeah. Just I did the initial draft of that section, and I believe that Lauren provided that comment. I already earlier connected with Lauren and really agree with the comment and suggested that if there is specific language that she or others would suggest that we can add in, generally that would be really helpful. I didn't have as much. I was focused on the area that I know better, which is energy and emissions and mitigation. So if there are recommendations that relate to the topics brought up here, I personally would be happy to include them. It would just be helpful to get specific language suggested.
Great. Okay. Secretary Moore. Hang on, we can't hear you. Something about your microphone. It doesn't look like you're on mute. Something happened.
Something happened.
There we go. We got you. We got
All
you.
right, perfect. Yeah, my speaker's a little slow to warm up, I've learned.
Yeah.
I'm actually hoping I could unfortunately back us up a little bit to some of the actions that start at line 208 under before we even get to education, but are about mapping.
Okay, hang on just 1 second. I want to make sure on this thing of the personal action, is there anything else folks want to say about this? It sounds like Lauren and Jared have a plan. Is there anything that people need to say about it?
Oh, I have comments there too, if you really want to hear them.
Yeah, sure, that's what we're here for.
I'm concerned about, well, and this does sort of reflect concerns I have above. I'm concerned about the tone of this section and how it will come across, particularly to folks of lesser means. I appreciate what we're endeavoring to do here, but I think there's a lot of assumptions baked into this. I guess I would appreciate perhaps having the Just Transitions subcommittee, and I hate to be suggesting work for others, but to specifically take a look at that section and think about how it does or doesn't fit, and it may be word choices as much as anything, but just concerned that I think it has I think it would pose a lot of challenges as drafted for, in particular, lower income people, and would just appreciate that kind of lens explicitly being brought to that particular section of the document.
Okay. Can we just stick with that for 1 second, Julie, and then we'll go backwards on the piece? And might I suggest, in the interest of time, that maybe the co-chairs of the Just Transition group would be a good resource to do that look through. And just, I'm not sure we'll have time in the subcommittee to make that all happen in the velocity of work here. Abby and then Jared.
Yeah, just echoing, those were my concerns as well when I was reading through this, and I apologize, my comments, I was late getting the comments for this section in. So in what I sent to Jane and Marion this afternoon, I did include some potential options just in terms of, I think sometimes people just really need to feel like they can have a very small, accessible place to start. And that's sort of how you get rolling with these things. And so just some options that I had thought of is, helping folks understand how to do rain gardens, perennial plantings, shopping locally for food and other products to support circular economics, regenerative things like that, where people can, I get it. It doesn't, like, I know that everything about this plan is so myopically focused on emissions reductions, but I just think that the average person really needs a place to feel engaged, and going to a perennial store and starting to think about pollinator habitat is like a really easy thing to do that can feel really good and sort of get people thinking in that way. And so it'd be great to have that section built out a little bit in that regard, but if not, I think it should at least just be labeled appropriately as an emissions reduction personal action section. Thanks.
Great. Jared?
So I just want to say thank you to Julie and Abby. Of course, any one from Just Transitions or other subcommittees that have feedback, more than happy to hear it. I will just say, I want to clarify something, because I think that the word choice that I used very intentionally that I should have perhaps explained further, and it was very intentionally used from an equity perspective. And that is the importance of the point of sale of new equipment. It did not say used equipment. So if we look at who is purchasing vehicles in Vermont, generally this varies each year, but roughly there are about 100,000 vehicles purchased every year. Usually between 35 and 40,000 of those are new, and about 2/3 of them are used. And there are, generally what we see is for new equipment purchases, those are made by upper and upper middle income folks, whereas lower and lower to middle income folks are often buying used vehicles and sometimes used pieces of equipment. So it was very intentional that this was focused on the point of purchase of new pieces of equipment, which in the case of heating systems are generally not renters, certainly not for heating systems or for water heaters. And in the case of vehicles, are generally lower income folks are not purchasing new vehicles. I think that of course there is nuance there, and that we cannot make broad statements about everyone. I think that it is also very important that it is in that section that we point to the importance of incentives to make sure that the low emitting option, whether it is efficiently using electricity or a renewable fuel, achieves price parity upfront at the point of purchase, whether new or used, via effective incentive design. So I want to make really clear that the recommendation there was not about every single purchase. There are not enough electric, clean, renewable options on the used market yet. It is more along the lines of, I think someone recently used the phrase, if you're in a hole, stop digging. If we purchase the more we purchase new fossil vehicles that lock in decades of fossil fuel, or new fossil heating systems that lock in 2 or 3 decades of fossil fuel, that is a major issue from a consumer protection perspective in terms of locking people in on higher cost and more price volatile fuels, when we want to make sure that their energy cost burden is lowered. And it is also a major barrier to us being able to meet our emissions reduction goals. So I'm happy to look back at that language to be very careful with it, but I want to be clear that, especially given the background I grew up in, which I think some of you know, and I'm happy to share more about, that this was very much informed from an equity perspective and making sure that there's a distinction between new and used equipment policy.
Thanks, Jared. Okay, so it seems like a pathway on that is to give this a look with that equity lens and how to do that, to see if there's an opportunity in the time we have to provide some additional thoughts that get to the resilience and adaptation ideas, and at the very least be explicit what this is and what it may not be in the December 1st version. Okay, that sounds great on education. Julie, you had said you wanted to go back to deal with some other compact settlement stuff before we move forward.
Yeah,
what was that?
Back up to, sorry, David, you sound so disappointed.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
Lines 208 to 210, that's another place where it raised some equity flags for me. The idea that, we have quite a few Vermonters and farmers being chief among them who tend to be land rich if building poor. And the idea of creating a taxation study based on just the value of the land, and I know it's not limited to farmers, raises just a lot of concerns, and I don't know that it's something we want to recommend lightly. I would say I'm uncomfortable with it as currently drafted.
If you were to draft something different than that, what would it look like?
I guess I'm not completely clear on what change that sort of taxation model would support. But I just, as I say, I think there's some real potential equity issues associated with focusing on the land instead of the buildings.
Got it. Okay. Chris, you have your hand up. You want to speak to that? Hang on one second. You're on mute, Chris.
One would think I'd finally get this. This was recommended by the Gun Institute several years ago. It's actually a tool that promotes equity because it just looks at the value of the land. It disregards the value of improvements on the land. And the argument is that, Right now, to make improvements to our building, if I'm to add an addition to my building or make an improvement to my building, there's a disincentive for me to make that investment. If I own a parking lot, there's a disincentive for me to find a higher and better use for that. This is just an idea that's been floated around as a way to kind of get more value out of our centers where we do have existing infrastructure and where we do have a lot of parking and where those could create opportunities for more housing. I can give you more information, but I don't think we have a whole lot of time here, but about land value taxation and it being an effective tool. I mean, I think we would ultimately need the legislature's support and endorsement. And this is just to see if this is a framework that would be effective.
Okay. Julie, did that address your concerns?
Not particularly. I mean, I'm imagining someone with a $500,000 home on a half-acre lot and somebody with a $100,000 home on a 10-acre lot. And I struggle, and there may be a lot of devil in the details here, but I struggle to see how land value taxation is fair in that instance.
Okay. Is this something worth studying? And that, because the recommendation is to do a pilot, right?
I guess to me, it again goes back to, is this actually a high priority recommendation? And I'm not clear that it is, but I'm, one of 23.
Got it. Okay. Do others want to comment on this issue? Chris?
It's a study. I mean, it's one of those things, kind of going back to what Catherine characterized it. It's one of those things that it may seem like we're in the weeds on this, but it's something that's actionable, within a legislative session, to approve a study to see, to get at this point. So anyway, I think that's the way I'd characterize it, just something that's actionable.
Thanks, Chris. Bram?
I tend to agree with Secretary Moore's concerns. I also agree with Chris that this is a study, but I think it would be important to be really careful to ensure that the study is carried out in such a way that it uncovers things that might otherwise be unintended consequences. And Secretary Moore gave the example of a lower value home on 10 acres. But, I also worry about the fact that, 200 acres of farmland, someone can now build on that and not bear any tax consequences. I shouldn't say suffer. So, I would really worry about what it would mean in terms of encouraging development of open and agricultural lands in the state.
Got it. Okay, great. Sean?
I was just curious, and those that put this recommendation together, was there thinking of how you would identify those communities that you would want to pilot in and why you would want to pilot it in those specific communities?
Any thoughts there, Chris?
Yeah, this would be a presumptive tool that would come along with, I would assume, one of our designation programs. This would be an option that you could consider as a way to incentivize investment within your centers.
Okay, great. All right. I'm not sure how much more time we want to spend on the cross-cutting pieces. Let me just create an opportunity if there's other things that people want to lift up right now that are worthy of our conversation. This is a time to do that. Anything that folks want to do before we go into our transportation conversation? Hi, Iris. How you doing?
Hi. I just wanted to raise up the fact that in the
sort of the state capacity building section of the plan, I didn't see anything about translation and interpretation services. And I think that's a really important part of building equity into this work. And I didn't get a chance to submit the survey, but just to the people who are doing that, that is something that I would like to see in that, because that's a really big gap in state capacity.
Right. And it is specifically mentioned in the implementation on the just transitions piece, and it could be mentioned there as well, right? Okay. Great. Anything else folks want to mention? All right. All comments that were sent in the survey will be sent over to the folks who are in charge of the drafting here, so none of those are lost. But let's use our time now to get into the transportation pieces that we know we've wanted to talk about for some time. And here, there's a couple ways into this. One way is the key concerns that were brought up the last time we were prepared to talk about this 2 weeks ago. Several of you made some comments in a survey. So that's one way in. I can show what those are. We know that there's some kind of big ticket items here that we've talked a little bit about before as a council, such as the Transportation Climate Initiative, TCI. So that's an issue that we know we want to spend some time today on, because it's one where we had different views and it feels central to several of you. So my suggestion is that as a first starting point, we pull up what we got from the summary of key ideas last time around. And I can actually probably just throw those in the chat because there weren't that many. So these are 3 things that came up the last time you were asked to talk about transportation issues. They may or may not be the most pressing things in your mind right now. There also is a document that was put together with those comments and others, in which the subcommittee went through and worked through each of them. And there's a response to each of them that's posted on the website. It's also part of Jane's emails. I'm curious if we wanted to just prioritize some conversations right now, where people's heads would go. Would they go to one of the 3 things I just dropped in the chat? Would they go to someplace else? So let me just pause to say, what are the priority topics that you'd like to put on the table today as we're walking through these transportation recommendations? Sue?
Hi, I just, thank you. I do have a topic, which is sort of an add-on, I guess, to some of the top, I guess, line ideas. It's not significant, but it's a nuance to talk about not just mobility, but access. So I just wanted to propose some thoughts that I haven't been able to write about, but I don't think it'll be long, but I wanted to put it on the agenda.
Great. Not just mobility, but access.
Yeah, this is about access to transportation. It relates to, it's really an equity issue. It relates to the fact that while I think most of the writing here looks at mobility and electrification and VMT reduction, we need to add, with this equity perspective, plain old access to transportation and just a few ideas on proposals that have co-benefits for equity and transportation and electrification. Thanks.
Great. Okay. So we know we want to put that on the agenda of things. Great. Are there other things that people want to lift up right now on transportation that you think are priority conversations for us today? Okay. So I wonder.
David, I'm sorry, I have to keep stepping away from the meeting, but
yeah.
If I can catch up, do I understand you're making the list of transportation items?
Yeah. Trying to make sure we have a list of things that we want to absolutely get through today.
I wanted to touch base quickly on the fare-free portion of the transit recommendations.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, why don't we do this? Why don't we start with Sue's thing, Sue's recommendation, and then we'll work backwards on a couple of these other points in addition to what Catherine just put out there. Sue, do you want to walk us through what you would add that you don't see in this document right now?
Yeah, and I'll just start out by saying, and many of you know, I was, served in the legislature in the Transportation Committee. I served in the executive branch at the Transportation Agency, including as secretary. Both of those were for 6 years. And now I'm on an anti-poverty organization. And during the 12 years that I've been involved in transportation, we have done a lot as a rural state to support transit, more than any other rural state, if you look at a per capita. And I absolutely believe in public transit, but I also believe that we need to think a lot differently about the kind of transit that we grow, particularly in the climate era, but also because in my new current role at an anti-poverty organization, I have come to realize, actually through a very recent, very in-depth survey that we did in our region, which is 3 counties in central Vermont, very strong response, particularly among human service clients. 35%, this is 420 respondents, so statistically significant, 35% had unmet transportation needs. 28% did not even have consistent access to a vehicle, and 15% did not own a car. So the issue of access is as important as mobility for me and for a very high percentage of Vermonters. And this is most acute in our rural areas. So I think it's an important issue. And I just think we need a little more innovation, and we need to talk about access and equity along with electrification, vehicle electrification. So as we think about new ways to evolve our public transit systems, that we allow for, we're proposing and advancing a concept of a pilot project that looks at electric vehicles and ride hailing and ride sharing, particularly focused on those who have no access to transportation and therefore can't work. It's a workforce issue, can't get to the doctors, hospitals can't get paid, very substantial issues. So I have proposed language just for one bullet to add to line 108 in the document that I'm looking at, and which I don't have written now, but I'd like to ask for the ability to just spend some time with someone from the transportation group on that, as well as a suggestion for the high priority actions that I see on what I have as page 9. So that's the concept. It's looking at how do we talk about access and electrification. It's looking at innovation around our transit systems and allowing for expansion of ride hailing and ride sharing with electric vehicles. And that's, I think, the crux of it. Sorry, I haven't had it in before.
Thanks, Sue. So I guess my question is, any concerns about that? Of Sue working with transportation folks on that? Sound good? Joey?
Oh, I just would say I would welcome that. Gina, fortunately, is not here. She's on some train, bus, some other place, meeting her new granddaughter in Montana at this point. But I would very much welcome the opportunity to work with you on that level of specificity and weave that in there. And I know Gina would as well. Thanks, Sue.
Great. Michelle?
Thank you, David. I love Sue's idea. We've spent quite a bit of time talking about this offline. And I think the one caveat that it would be important to us would be to not jump right to implementation, but to have a period of piloting, testing, refining this framework, which we do have a program that does provide funding to do that. And we're hoping your application will will come soon to look at that. I think maybe you've already done some framing of it, but anyways, that would be my only comment on this one, but I think it's a good direction to head in.
Great. Okay. Super. Any other issues, concerns about this? Okay. Michelle, while you're there,
yeah,
with your mic open, one of the points was around EV charging. And in the specific questions about the implications, the financial impacts on investments in transportation infrastructure around EV charging rates. So I wonder if you want to speak to that.
Sure. I just wanted to, I haven't been at the table for any prior dialogue with this group on this topic. So forgive me if I'm repeating or contradicting something that was said earlier. But I think our understanding of this area to date is that at this stage, applying an additional amount of pennies per kilowatt hour or whatever the number is, pennies, dimes, to collect a equitable amount of funding to replace the gas tax through a per kilowatt hour charge is probably not a viable pathway yet. Maybe at some point in the future, we are, and I think it's been mentioned here by Joe Segali, undertaking a funding framework to understand how we're going to migrate transportation funding in the state off of the gas tax. We also have the challenge of being able to accurately measure and deliver through the Agency of Agriculture's weights and measures consistency related to customers actually getting a per kilowatt charge. We do have legislation already enacted that allows us to have price transparency at EV charging locations, which I think is something maybe should be called out within this report as a need to advance our work on that. I think Agency of Agriculture traditionally would direct and regulate the price transparency as well as the measurement of the fuels. And our collective work around that framework has not yet advanced and developed and matured in the manner it needs to. So there's just a few thoughts to consider around this topic.
That's helpful. So if you were someone who expressed that concern, go ahead, Liz, please.
Hey, Michelle, thanks for raising that. And I just wanted to clarify, at least for me, if not for everybody, are you, at least with the second part of your comment, primarily referring or maybe only referring to public fast charging? As opposed to, yeah, okay.
Any public charging, whether it's fast charging, level 2 charging, where the customer is paying by the kilowatt hour potentially for the charging. In some cases, people are paying based on the duration of their charging. In many places, they're still free, so it's variable.
Right, just a good clarification as we read through the draft. People also pay per kilowatt hour for their level 2 chargers at home if they're on a specific EV rate, but different issue. Okay, thank you.
Right. Okay. So is there any other thing folks want to bring up about this concern of the financial impacts? Anything else that needs to be said? Okay. All right. And another bullet that we had from before was about the low carbon fuel standard. And it said, how have potential negative environmental impacts been discussed with ag and ecosystem around the low carbon fuel standard, which is another one of the recommendations. And I'm curious, Joey, you want to respond to that?
Yes, I would just say our recommendation was really about exploring it. It was pretty soft recommendation, and in fact, we didn't even lift it in after we applied the prioritization screen up as a priority action. So it's still sort of, ideally will be in the mix and in the conversation as an appendix. And absolutely, we'll need to have conversations with ag and ecosystems and others. But I just want to highlight for folks, it's not really, our whole assessment was that it could very well potentially be a very useful complementary tool, but we did not feel like we had the information to make that assessment, nor did we have the time to do the work, engaging ag and ecosystems and others. So.
Right. So it's not even in the priority list at this point?
Nope. I mean, it's.
The report though, right?
It's sort of highlighted as like explore. I mean, if you're talking about in the Secretary Moore, I got some of your feedback this morning related. Maybe this is the same thing, but like we're not recommending a low carbon fuel standard, nor had we like affirmatively recommended that. It was more of a we should explore it recommendation. But if you and I you sent a bunch of feedback this morning, Secretary Moore, which I appreciated, as well as other feedback and incorporated. I have not yet sent that to you yet, but I can and happy to address any of that right now. But I also in that, if you, or maybe I'll just let you ask your question.
Yeah, I mean, and I think it may feed into the conversation David had teed up around TCI. Which is the question I had is I agree the language in there, the new draft is significantly softer, and really the only strategy is to sort of have that be part of the mix in TCI. And so I wonder if it needs to even be called out at this point, and to the extent it's part and parcel of TCI, recognizing we need to have a discussion about the role that plays. And so maybe, I guess what I would suggest is put a pin in the conversation about the low carbon fuel standard until we sort of have the conversation about TCI, and could then come back to it depending on where we land.
Okay.
Okay, but can I just clarify something? And I think it's a little confusing. It was under the section relating, the reference to the low carbon fuel standard was under the section relating to lowering the carbon intensity of fuels. But that relates to, they're two different things. They're not meant to be conflated, and we did not mean to conflate them. We put TCI under that section because there would potentially be the opportunity for like obligated entities to reduce the carbon intensity of the fuel to meet their TCI obligation. So I don't know if that helps to clarify. They're not meant to be conflated. They're two separate things. They just happen to be in the same pathway. And I'm wondering if Gina's scratchily trying to get on and respond to here.
I'm on now.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Hi, Gina. Yes, we can.
Okay, I've been talking to myself here.
Okay.
And I thought I was talking to you all. So why don't I just, I don't want to just jump in at this point.
Well, I'm glad you're with us.
Going in the conversation.
Yeah, just jump in when you feel like. Yeah, go ahead and jump in when you feel I have something to contribute to clarify things. It'd be helpful.
Okay, no, I think Michelle's point about the significance of the effects of electric vehicles and shorter trips and alternative modes on the gas tax is a very real thing, but it's beyond the scope, I believe, of the cap. There's some really good work going on in state government right now to address that, and we need to make sure the cap connects to that work, which is what's in the narrative. And that's really where we stand on gas tax issues and energy efficiency and fuel switching.
Okay. Thanks, Gina. All right.
Yeah.
Joey?
I did just want to, because I'm going to drop that language in the chat because I appreciate that comment to Michelle. And I know that this is something Secretary Moore had raised as well. And we incorporated a reference to that being the sort of how we fund the transportation system writ large, and how EVs and more efficient vehicles can and must pay more of their fair share at some point, for sure. And that interagency task force work is something that we have referenced and ideally will lean on to answer that question, because it clearly needs to be holistically addressed. So I'm going to drop that in the chat. I'm also going to drop what we had in for low carbon fuel standard, just as a reminder.
Thanks, Joey. That's helpful. Catherine?
Hi, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to leave the meeting. So I'm wondering if I can just jump ahead and make my quick transit comment.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry to change the trajectory of the meeting, but on page 20, wait, hang on. Page 22 and 23, I think, at least in the track changes version, the action related to the sustainable transportation plan. And it says that it would encourage public transit provider board of directors to continue to offer fare-free transit. I just wanted to offer a comment that recommendation is not going to accomplish anything with no funding to back it up and no way for the transit providers to backfill in GMT's case, which serves 6 counties or 5, I lost track. Without any way to backfill that $2 million, there's no way that that recommendation will be implemented. This is one of those instances where the benefits of something are largely external, and the benefits of fare-free transit are very clear in terms of increased ridership, fewer cars on the road, less greenhouse gas emissions, but the costs of that are fully borne by the agencies themselves without some additional funding. So I just wanted to point out that that is basically impossible unless there's a corresponding recommendation to change the funding structure.
Catherine, would you like to put forward a corresponding recommendation to change the funding structure?
I have lots of ideas, but I don't know that we would have time to achieve consensus on any of those in the time that we have. You know, for example, one of those is that major transit routes, the state should pay the match, just like the state pays the non-federal share of our major transportation roads. Rather, you know, you don't ask the town of Richford to pay the local share for paving Route 105, but they do have to pay, they are expected to pay the local share of the transit route that runs along Route 105. So I think there's some policy disconnects that we don't have time to address here, but maybe just adding some language about a corresponding funding source to replace the fares will be important.
Great, thanks.
And I'm sorry, I have to leave the meeting.
Okay, great. I see some hands up. Gina, were you trying to get in on that one? And you're muted now, so I think you have to do *6 to mute. Unmute, excuse me.
How's that?
We got you. Yeah.
Catherine has raised a really good point. I mean, that is one example among many that are very specific policy issues that we have no way had time to address. That's why we introduced this concept of a sustainable transportation plan that would get VTrans to, for lack of a better word, reorient the way it thinks about transportation around emissions and sustainability and equity. And some of the areas that it might focus on are those in the bullet list that came up in our discussions with various folks. So fare-free transit, I can't recite them all off the top of my head, but the idea was that we would rethink at the state level transportation around sustainability and equity, and make sure that those programs are growing in a way that makes sense in terms of those two issues.
Great.
So we could reword it. If that doesn't come across in what we have right now on the paper, we can certainly reword it to address Catherine's concerns.
Great. Okay. Thanks, Gina. Joey?
I'm sorry, my hand was just still up. It might just be perpetually up, but my apologies.
Okay. I know that Secretary Moore needs to leave shortly, and at least that's what I saw in the chat here. I know there's a lot of interest in having a conversation about TCI. And I'm curious how to handle that right now, because Secretary Moore, I think you have some thoughts on that. And if you're going to be gone for the next half hour, I wonder if you want to put some of those thoughts on the table, though I feel a little bit, it's not the ideal to put stuff on the table and then walk away. But why don't I just say, this is an opportunity for you go, if you want to put some ideas on the table regarding TCI, because we know it's something we need to talk about.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that, and also would acknowledge that Peter and I have discussed this at great length and feel like he will be able to sort of be my mouthpiece in this conversation as I need to step out of the room. My biggest concern is really just it's an order of operations piece, and in part to be frank, concerns that I know the governor has and has had previously in the work around clean water about raising money absent a clear articulation of what investments will be made. And that's the same piece here. I think there are a lot of great recommendations contained within the transportation section of the CAP about the types of investments that can be made. The fact of the matter is those decisions rest with the legislature. And absent understanding what their commitment is to the types of investments in equity and supports for low-income Vermonters and helping make the transition to the next generation of vehicles, I think it's really hard to be certain that that's where those dollars would go. There are obviously considerable and other needs in this space, and I think in order for Vermonters to have a full view into what's being proposed, not just the costs, they really need to understand where the proceeds are going to be invested. And as such, I think it's really important, and sort of each iteration of the draft, I've noted this in my comments, I think it's really important that the legislature take action and make clear how the proceeds will be invested before A&R moves into the rulemaking process.
Great. Okay. Great. So the specific change that you would want to see, or you're suggesting in the document, is that prior to A&R moving into rulemaking on this, that there is clarity from the legislature about its priorities and the investment. Okay, great. So and also, can I just do one more question? I know you have to run, but in that context, are you and the administration comfortable with including support for TCI in this initial climate action plan?
I think there's a lot of devil in the details there. And I guess I'm not prepared. Obviously, the inverse is the easier for me to say, right? That I think we are unprepared to support it absent knowing what the investments are. I think that's an important consideration here, and would be happy to sit with folks and hopefully frame it in a way that can get us to something the administration could support if that's the will of the majority.
Great, thanks. June, were you trying to jump in there too?
Yes, I adopt everything Julie just said. I want to caution against trying to roll the entire administration up into one person speaking. There are 7 other council members who have to, consult on this as well. And it's unfair to put Julie in that position, but she's handled it very well. And I support your comments, Julie.
Great. Okay. Okay. Are there questions about this, particularly taking advantage if Julie's still here? Chris?
Just real quick, just because we're just from kind of a procedural perspective and the time we have left. June, I totally get what you're saying, but one of the issues I brought up at steering committee, and I'm not going to put words in the Secretary of Administration's mouth, but I specifically asked to what extent the administration representatives on the council will generally be voting in agreement with one another, because it'd be really good to know where those are, because at some point we may be able to highlight where we're not going to be able to find consensus and where we're going to have votes, because that will actually have an impact on how we structure decision making in future meetings. So not getting into TCI or any of that, but at some point, you know, if there's an entire block of folk that are going to generally be going one way, it'd be good just to know that. You know, no judgment, just good
No,
to know.
I can understand that, Chris, and I don't want to launch into a separate, contretemps here, especially with Julie leaving. But I heard about that, and knowing you as I do, I knew it was coming from the best possible place. But I do really question approaching the aid administration counselors as if they're a block. What about the other, let me do the math really quickly, 17 council members? Are they voting as a block?
I think it's 15, but yes.
15, thank you. I think this is a dynamic that is not productive.
No, I appreciate that, but we also don't all have the same boss either.
Well, we work for the governor, but I'm an appointed official. I exercise judgment as the commissioner of the Department of Public Service. I certainly consult with the governor and the like, but I don't just have a boss who tells me what to do.
Right.
So I would really encourage the council to step back for a moment and to understand we are 23 equal counselors, and we all have judgment to exercise, which is why I've been very, very concerned about the mechanism of doing consensus building on a report that I still haven't seen, and not being very clear on how we're voting as 23 members. So, I can appreciate that the time's getting short, Chris, and it would be helpful, in the abstract to have some certainty about, gee, where does the administration stand? But that assumes that we're a monolith. And I don't think that's a fair assumption to make when there are, thank you for the correction, 15 other people who are engaged in this work as well. So I would encourage us to stay away from that, frankly.
Duly noted, but it was a question I asked her in steering committee, and because it is relevant. But.
No, I know you did. I heard that you had, and I appreciate that you asked it in steering committee, but the steering committee doesn't speak for me that way.
Understood.
All right.
So I'd love to, in noting this, I'd love to also continue the conversation on the substance of TCI, which is a important piece of the transportation recommendations. And we heard some thoughts about the timing issues, the sequencing, Julie called it the order of operations. And I wonder if we want to continue that conversation a little bit, because I think it is relevant for how folks are going to approach this going forward. I'm a little confused whose hands are fresh. So Joey, is your hand fresh on this?
Yes, sorry,
Okay.
I'm happy to get into the substance and want to think about the timing issues. I welcome the conversation with Secretary Moore. I welcomed it, would have for a while now. But just to sort of step back and just remind folks about what we are putting on the table. So two-pronged concurrent interconnected pathway to pursue TCIP through rulemaking, which has to happen, period. And then concurrently joining, enacting a complementary policy to receive the revenue and actually deploy that revenue. I mean, fundamentally, it's really a critical core component of our package of recommendations. It's a tool that, as the LEAP modeling shows, like it's pivotal to put us on a path to meeting the requirements for 2025. Again, which we need to do, as we know, transportation, 40% of the greenhouse gas emissions. So I just want to underscore, it's really important, and still, as I've said time and again, imperfect and insufficient. And the imperfect piece of it is intended to try and, address some of that and do as well as possible through the revenues raised through the program, through the complementary policy that is designed largely to ensure and enshrine equity outcomes, which we are very committed to. But the program itself over a decade will reduce emissions by about 25%. I mean, to put it bluntly, we, in the transportation sector, We have not required and regulated in the same way that we have in the electricity sector. We need tools in our toolbox. I think, you know, for us, there are a couple of fundamental things that are going to get us there. It's the California Emission Standards programs and it's TCI in this moment. So I very much would want to think about and welcome the conversation about process. You know, there are equity outcomes, as you know, we've had this conversation before, embedded in the MOU, you know, creating an equity advisory body, directing 35% of proceeds to go to low-income, historically marginalized communities. We fundamentally have not thought that that is enough. As such, we've recommended a complementary policy. But I just, you know, I'm welcoming the conversation about how, I think, but the what is that really we need tools like this in our toolbox to get where we need to go.
Great. Okay. That's helpful, Joey. And I think I want to keep alive this idea of sequence and timing, because that felt to me like the core of what we heard about the concern. Bram?
So, you know, I think we all know transportation is 40% of the emissions, so we have to address transportation. Over the past decades, as we have tried to address the carbon emissions from transportation, one of the hurdles we've run up against is that Vermont acting in isolation does not have a great deal of impact. You know, I think it's a little bit moved from my point of view, since sort of, I think at every level, we all have to do everything we can as quickly as we can, because an immense amount of human suffering depends on how quickly we all act. But that all being said, you know, TCI does give us a regional way to address transportation emissions. So we are not acting in isolation. And further, I would say that, you know, as Joey mentioned, the benefits of our joining are, yes, it raises revenue, but by far the most important benefit of our joining is the reduction in emissions over time of 25%. And, you know, I would argue that it would be a really good step for us to take, even if it didn't raise any money. And, you know, in that context, the sequencing becomes less important, right? Like the imperative is to get TCIP up and running as quickly as we can. And, you know, I agree that there are better and worse ways to spend the money that it raises. And, you know, I don't know if we can do this, but, you know, I wonder if one way of addressing the points that Secretary Moore raised without slowing down the urgent path to join rapidly and get it up and running, you know, whether we can, since we have expertise in sequestration, you know, whether we can direct that money be sequestered until there's a plan of which the council approves, or that the legislature and the administration agree on, or, you know, some other mechanism to make sure that the money is not spent other than the way we are hoping it will be, and not letting that slow down the process of moving forward.
Okay, thanks, Bram. Jared?
Thanks, David. One of the things that I am thinking about with regard to order, and I would be curious if there are folks who have additional kind of legal information on this, but my assumption is that at least two things need to happen. We need to join TCIP and allow Vermont and Vermonters to benefit from the pollution reduction and the revenue investments that will make possible. A, rulemaking needs to commence, and B, the legislature needs to outline the process by which those revenues are invested. My concern is if we are too specific about the order in which those happen, it could lead to delay. I think they both need to happen. And the recommendation, as I read it, is they need to move forward concurrently. That the recommendation is we begin rulemaking and that the legislature outline the process for how we would receive and invest the revenue, and crucially, set up a process to make sure that those investments are done with equity front and center, both in terms of process and in terms of outcome. I would be very surprised if there is not a clear intent, which is already in the recommendation, that the TCI revenue investments would be focused on cost-effective and equitable emissions reduction from the transportation sector. I think that intent is clear from the council, or at least from the cross-sector group. The reason why I think it is important that these things happen concurrently and that we don't get into this kind of one waiting for the other kind of delay situation is because of how much time is of the essence. And I want to say this in a couple of different ways. One is I think people are rightly pointing out that there is a significant opportunity in terms of federal funds, whether from ARPA or the infrastructure bill, potential Build Back Better Act, to make a lot of investments in improving and cleaning up and making more accessible our transportation sector. I think it is either understood or anticipated that in order to do that, Vermont is going to need state matching funds to take full advantage of those federal funds, a source that TCI could very importantly provide. I think also when we look at the ARPA funds that we are aware of, many of them have to be spent within a certain time frame by 2024 or 2025. And I'll just remind folks that the emissions reduction target, the requirement that we have to meet for 2025, or I should say the requirement for 2030, is about 3 times as ambitious as 2025. So we do not want to be in a situation where we've fully expended federal funds over 3 years, and then at the time when we need to ramp up emissions reduction and reducing energy costs for Vermonters, we've lost the federal funds and we don't have a sustainable source of funding to do that ramp up between 2025 and 2030. And I think that that's another reason that TCI is important. The last thing I would say is I do not want to see for Vermonters transportation fuel costs increased without receiving the benefits. And I think if folks who look at the analysis of where our fuels actually come from, it's Albany, New York, it's Quebec, it's New Hampshire. We participate in a regional fuel market. And with Massachusetts having joined TCI, with Connecticut and Rhode Island's governors having committed to it and their legislatures taking it up, with New York having a TCI recommendation in their draft Global Warming Solutions Act recommendations, I think it is very likely that we're going to see most of the states in the region moving in this direction, which will not just increase or change fuel prices in a very relatively minimal amount related to how much folks spend. In one state, it is going to likely affect those prices region-wide. And so I think the last thing we would want to see is a potential fuel price impact that Vermonters feel, but we are not in the position, because we've not moved fast enough to make sure that we are getting the benefits of that revenue as well. So those are a few thoughts. Bottom line, I think that we need to make sure that we are moving concurrently and doing 2 things at the same time, and not holding up progress over a concern of which has to happen first, when they both probably have to happen simultaneously.
Got it. Okay. Peter?
I thought it might be useful for a little bit of context on the timeline here. What TCI, the sort of timeline that TCI imagines at this point. Revenue won't come into the state until 2024. So everybody should sort of, this is not a tomorrow sort of revenue gain. What Julie is proposing is, as we did when working through Reggie, is there was agreement with the governor's office to sign the MOU that created Reggie. there was legislation that authorized A&R to do rules and that established the criteria for what those resources would be spent on. So that Vermonters as a whole understood what they're getting from the entire package. And I think that's really what Julie's talking about here. Right now, the proposal as it stands creates certainty on the regulatory pathway. It doesn't create some level of certainty or process around what happens to the revenue. Having been deeply involved in this conversation for many years, the revenue has been spent 15 times over on lots of different things in different plans that people have put forward. And so to provide some level of clarity, to weigh in on that discussion, as they did with Reggie, when they decided that the money should go to the PUC to support weatherization programs. Whether or not that, that level of detail is precisely needed, I think that's the point that Julie is trying to make, and she's been making in comments since the first drafts of our work, Joey. I think that's what she's trying to put forward. And so to put that into context as we build out preparations for potentially having TCI launch from a revenue development program in 2024, those principles are understood now and can work to be incorporated. That was the point.
Super. Okay. Thanks, Peter. So it seems like there's not a lot of disagreement on the value of the program. What we're having a conversation about is the sequence of what happens. And there's some question marks about the implications of that sequence. Joey, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. I appreciate what you're sharing, Peter, and I appreciate the sentiment. I see and hear that. I hadn't, I think I hadn't heard the sort of concept of sequencing until very recently. And today, I don't know. And I think, I'm open to it. I just want to understand it. But I do think I think the legislature is going to take this up. There's a bill that's being drafted. It's going to be introduced. And I don't, for rulemaking for a program like this, my guess is it will take 6 to 9 months. Someone else can weigh in. I share Jared's, the sentiment that he shared and wanted to underscore it. So it seems like to move down the path we need to move, concurrently doing this work, I think would be helpful.
Okay. Thanks, Joey. Liz?
So, can I respond to that, David?
Yeah, sure, Peter.
I think it might be helpful for everybody. There is already a model rule created. So the states all got together and said, what do we want the principles of this rule to include? So there is a final model rule produced for the states to use as a template to create their state-specific rules. So that much of that work is done. And so the typical rulemaking timeline is probably somewhat shortened by the fact that work has already been accomplished and has been thought about throughout the TCI process to ensure that the transition from program into rulemaking is relatively efficient, and so that these individually created programs within each state that share an auction platform are the same, or for all intents and purposes the same. Hope
Great.
that helps.
Thanks, Peter. Liz?
Yeah, no, this is really helpful because what I am listening for, just so I understand it as a council member who's going to have to vote, is whether, as David said a moment ago, there's not a lot of disagreement except for on the sequencing, or whether instead the concern that I've heard expressed that going to the legislature first rather than, having rulemaking start right away is also a placeholder, or whatever the right word is, for a lack of potential support by the administration generally, or the governor specifically. And so, hearing Secretary Moore earlier and what you just said, Peter, it feels like maybe the just further discussion between now and when we vote on exactly how this language develops and what level of support it will receive by the council as a whole, including the administration members of it, will really be helpful to get to, because if it is sequencing. In other words, as you said, Peter, there's too many things to which the money is assigned, and it's important to get that right as opposed to potentially not supporting the program at all. I think that'll make a big difference for those of us who are listening and not expert in this area to understand how the framing should be done in order to gain the most support and therefore make the program as successful as possible for Vermont.
Thanks, Liz. That's helpful. Graham?
I think that there's sort of no disagreement on the principle that we should have agreement on how we're going to spend the money before we spend it. I think understanding the timeline that revenues won't start arriving until 2024 is really helpful. I'm a little bit anxious about the notion of saying we should not join the TCIP until the legislature has passed a spending framework, just because that then makes joining contingent on what could turn into a couple year back and forth between the legislature and the governor kind of banging out that framework. And I think, not doing them in parallel, but joining the program. And again, if there's some way that we can condition the spending to make sure the spending doesn't happen, but we can join, then I think puts really helpful pressure on the legislature and the governor to create a framework, because otherwise we will have joined the program and we'll be collecting the revenue, but no one will be authorized to spend it. So again, just to summarize, it feels risky to make joining contingent on having a sort of agreed upon plan for the spending.
Thanks, Graham. And I see Peter's hands back up, and then we'll go to Kelly and Gina. But I want to ask a clarifying question. Maybe Peter, you can help, or anybody can. We've been talking a lot about joining TCI and then equating that to doing the rulemaking. And I just want to be clear, are those synonymous things, that initiating rulemaking is quote unquote joining TCI? Is that what that is, or is there some other thing that happens when you quote unquote join TCI?
For all intents and purposes, completing rulemaking and becoming a member of the program is joining TCI. But yes, that's how we would affect that action. There is a memorandum of understanding that states have signed, but for states that did not sign it in the immediate period, it is unlikely that they necessarily will sign on, because the sort of program has developed since then. There was not, in the Reggie instance, there was not a requirement that you sign the MOU if you joined later. And so, yes, rulemaking is effectively the way it goes. I just want to.
Peter, your internet's a little spotty right now, or maybe it's mine.
Can everybody hear me?
Go ahead, please.
So it's not necessarily just that we need to know how the money is being spent. It's that the Vermonters want to understand what the overall sort of value proposition is of any policy that we're considering, right? And so the revenue, where the revenue goes, is part of that overall value proposition. And to Liz's point, I think what we're clarifying is one of the things that is a concern to members of the administration that sit on this council, but I can't speak that this solves the issue for each individual one of those members, to June's point.
Got it. Thanks. Kelly?
So I'm trying to figure out what the risk is here. If we think that the TCIP can be done and the revenue can be spent in a good way, what's the big risk of joining the TCIP and then the legislature does their work? There's a lot of time in that process for people to comment, testify. It goes, I think, eventually to the governor, who can to say, nope, try again. So I'm not sure what the big risk is if we join the TCIP. And maybe I don't fully understand this because I don't have a background in all of this, but yeah, I'm confused about what the real concern is about doing them both concurrently, unless at the base of it, it's that the administration or the governor does not want us to do this at all.
So before I jump to Gina on that, I wonder, Peter or others, folks, or June or anybody else in administration who shares these concerns. I've heard Peter say, and I think Julie too, it's about clarifying a value proposition to people in Vermont, and so they know what they're getting before they start down the road. But I wonder, Peter or others who would want to just answer Kelly's question about what's the risk.
I think you just articulated it perfectly. It's not a question of risk, right? It's a question of value. And we're making a decision about values of different programs. And that is an open question, right? Because the program as a whole has not been defined for Vermonters, if that makes sense.
Okay, great. And let me just quickly jump to June if you want to follow up on that, and then I'll go to Gina.
Yeah, I would add to that the value of the program hasn't been defined by the people who should be involved in that, which are the duly elected representatives of the people. This council is making a recommendation. I'm being asked to recommend something. I'm being asked to recommend something without a clear statement of the value proposition. I'm being asked to recommend something without a clear statement of a value proposition as fixed by the legislature, which, at least in the example of Reggie, did that. So respectfully, I've put this comment in the chat. I do think sequence matters here. That is, for me, the rub.
Okay, great. Thanks, June, for that clarification. Gina?
I think this brings up a larger issue here relative to what the council recommends versus legislative action. We're going to rub up against this in funding issues and other policies. All we can do is, here's the direction we want you to head, and we've articulated that around TCI. Now it's up to the legislature to make the decisions. We generally are telling them, this is the direction we want you to go. We're going to reduce emissions. We're going to get funding for important programs that are going to help people who need it. And then they take the ball and run with it. Otherwise, we're stymied. We can't do anything if we have to have everything so dialed in that the legislature doesn't have to have those important conversations. It's silly. I don't get it. There must be other issues too that we're dealing with that are going to require policy action at the legislative front. And we can only frame it up for them and give them the ball. And then in the future, the Climate Council needs to get involved and intervene once the legislative process or the rulemaking process has worked its way through.
Okay, great. Let's take a few more comments on that.
Could I just respond to that very quickly?
Sure.
Gina, I think that was a wonderful way of putting it. Here's how I see it. We are to make recommendations, and a lot of the conversation I've heard around TCI today is the recommendation should be join it, as opposed to a recommendation that says join if the legislature provides a framework that tells us how we're going to use this money. And this is a theme that runs throughout, I think, many of the recommendations we are contemplating in this report. Are we recommending specific things up or down, black and white, or are we couching it in terms of yes, if, yes, provided that? Now, in many other subcommittee issues and the like that we've dealt with here, I think we've been fairly comfortable acknowledging that, there are things that aren't quite fixed yet that need to be resolved. Do we have the money for this? Do we not? But when it comes to TCI, a lot of the conversation seems to be, let's just do it. And I can't go along with that.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, sure. And
there's a whole body of literature and research that's been done around TCI that we did not go through to help inform this conversation. And maybe we need to. I mean, Jared's group has done some good analysis around it, and we can share that with people. There was a webinar last week that really got into how it works and all that background. So we feel confident that we can say we need to do this resting on all that good information, but there will be some details that need to be worked out, very important details around equity. And we want to make sure simultaneously the legislature takes care of that.
I think the way to look at it is those details need to be worked out by the legislature before conclusively Vermont decides whether to join TCI or not. I've been following this policy very carefully for 5 years. I'm well aware of the body of work you just mentioned, Gina. I in fact think TCI is good public policy, but not if we can't secure how the revenue is spent. And that is the missing piece here.
So I think that this interchange right now is a good summary of sort of where we're landing. And I'm happy to do a little more time on this, but I'm also cognizant of where we are. And there may be other things in the transportation recommendations we want to spend a little time on. And we only have a little bit more tonight, this afternoon, to work on this. So my encouragement now would be to not repeat arguments about what's good and what's bad here, to recognize where we just got to, which is a pretty good articulation of the two views that we're hearing today. And either we leave it there, or if there's one last little piece you want to say, that's great. But this is how far we've gotten right now. So I see hands from Jared, Joey, Bram, and Rich. I would hate to do a lot of repetition. And Sue, on this, I would say if there's something new you want to add to this puzzle, fantastic, to think about how we might, as a council, move forward with this. Let's do that. And then let's test to see if there's other things we need to talk about on our transportation recommendations. Jared, go ahead.
Thanks, David. I appreciate that Peter and June both brought up the example of the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, which I think is a good kind of reference point. I think we should also add to this conversation the reference point of what other states that have joined the TCI program and are moving forward are doing. Because my understanding is that while I agree that we eventually will need real detail on how revenues get invested for cost-effective and equitable transportation investments, every other state that I'm aware of has joined TCIP with that broad promise that it is a program to reduce transportation sector emissions and be able to make investments to improve transportation. But then in terms of exactly what the process for that is, how much where, that was followed up on with legislation. Like, so in Massachusetts, the governor signed, they joined, and then the legislature created a TCI trust fund. They boosted the amount that went to the equity allocation, and they clarified the role of the equity advisory body. And so I just want to make sure that we're being clear about what are practical considerations about the timeline here, and what are the examples that we can draw on in terms of how this could or has to play out. And I would just say, please correct me if I'm wrong, if other people have a different sense, but my understanding is that every other state has said that it's joined so far has said we are joining, and then subsequent legislation to flesh out details has followed on that. But I'm not aware of any place that has said we are going, this is exactly how we will spend our revenue in year 1, 2, and 3, and we're not going to join until then. Maybe there are some holdout states that are waiting for that, but my understanding is the example so far has been the opposite.
I quickly respond, Jared. That's precisely what you described is what happened with Reggie, right? Broad agreement that a state is going to join. Massachusetts signs the MOU. Legislation to establish what the program is going to look like, and then rulemaking to follow. Right? That's all that's what we're talking about, right? Is clarity as we get into the rulemaking is just the nuts and bolts as to how the program is administered. It is not the meat and the heart and soul of how people feel about the value of the program.
And I have to note, you twice used the word legislation. Other states pass legislation. Peter just said legislation that establishes. What we're talking about here is a report of recommendations from a committee that is not the legislature. And what I'm saying is, if I'm going to recommend we do TCI, I want to know what the legislature's judgment is about how we should use the money first. That's a sequencing thing. So we can say, let's endorse TCI if that happens, but not TCI au naturel, if you will.
Okay. Joey, and then Bram.
Well, a couple different things. So yes, I think we will see the legislature's imprint on this conversation moving forward. There's a bill that's going to be introduced, and I think it will help answer that question. I also think that, you know, we have a lot of different programs that I think people would like us to, there's an opportunity and need to expand. This could be one of the resources that helps us expand those programs. And I think the legislature certainly will weigh in on that. One thing that I'm just wondering about is, I mean, maybe it can happen through the legislative process, but I'm sort of wrangling with how this process interacts with the required equity advisory board that's embedded in the MOU and that we have urged be part of this conversation, so that there are, because what's different with Reggie is that it was not a great public process. It was seen as deeply inequitable and has, you know, remnants of inequity in it for sure. So I think we'd like to do things differently. So I'm trying to grapple with, well, how do we create better public process in this moment? And how does the equity advisory board that is, again, embedded in the MOU and that we would like to see advanced here inform where those dollars go? Maybe that is a conversation in the legislative arena. Yes, I also hope it is a conversation that we have potentially through the Just Transition Subcommittee. So I'm trying to grapple with it. I guess long story short, where I'd like to land is to ask Peter and Secretary Moore to just see specific language about what you would propose. And I would like to explore a little further what, you know, some of those things, especially related to the Equity Advisory Board, what that means. But I fundamentally just want to underscore, like, it seems like I hope we get there. I have seen the governor be clear his opposition to TCI. I would like us to be clear that we think it is a fundamental program that's going to get us where we need to go to meet the required obligations of the Solutions Act and do our part on climate in a rural state.
Thanks, Joey. Let's take a few more comments on this, but let's try to keep them brief so we have an opportunity to talk about other things in transportation besides this issue. Bram?
So, you know, I'm noticing the conversation in the chat, and I think there's some disagreement about whether we're making recommendations or whether we are writing a plan. And my understanding of the legislation is that we are writing a plan that will be enacted, and we are not making recommendations that need to be approved by the legislature or by the administration. So, you know, we need to be clear on that. Are we making recommendations, or are we writing the plan that will be enacted? The second point I would like to make is that also my sense of the legislation is that the legislature wants us to make this decision. They want us to decide whether or not to join TCI. And I think we need to make, you know, we need to do what they asked us to do and make that decision.
Thanks, Bram. Rich?
Just a quick observation that the legislation requires us to create a plan that will meet the required reductions. And if we're not going to recommend joining TCI, or if that's simply a contingent recommendation of some kind, then we need to ask ourselves, in what other way are we going to ensure that we're meeting the reductions required in the transportation sector?
Yep. Yep. Thanks, Rich. Absolutely. Sue?
I hope I can stay on. Lifting up key points. I believe that this plan is a roadmap and that there are many other places where we're making recommendations that will require legislative action. So I don't feel that this is different. Obviously, the weight is different. I think it's been spoken of earlier, the degree to which our transportation revenues are going to be dramatically impacted by electrification. And this is an opportunity to not take away from all of the work we need to do on roads and bridges, but to actually explicitly focus on climate, which and meet the goals of the Global Warming Solutions Act. Without revenues, all of the ideas in the transportation sector can't be taken up. So in a way, they go hand in hand. And I particularly want to voice the importance of equity, actually stated in these MOUs. There's nowhere else that we actually are talking about revenues specifically going to meet these needs that we've lifted up and we've dramatically, I think, advanced the ball on, as I talked about earlier. The last point is, if we are silent on this point, I think it is a very big problem for our climate action plan. Thanks.
Great. Okay. So I want to test, because we can take another few minutes. Jane's given me the okay to steal a little time from this final piece, these other documents. We can raise up a few more issues from transportation that folks feel it's important for, as a full council, we wrestle with a little bit and have a conversation about. So are there other pieces to this transportation puzzle that you would want to make sure the full council has this time right now to be aware of and to wrestle with? Anything else that people really want to lift up from what's in that transportation plan? Okay. Yeah.
Sorry. People, unbelievable, but people may not have the time to do this. But if you wanted to go through, I just wanted to sort of just say, I think Gina and I thought the input that we got was very helpful. And I think we tried to weave a lot of that in. Obviously, the TCI question is a big one that we did not grapple with, or we did not take the recommendation. But we did integrate a lot of the recommendations. And I would just say, again, if you have further questions now or at any point, I think we very much welcome your input, but happy to explore anything else at this moment too.
Thanks, Joey. That's right. There's a document that lists out all those changes that and reactions. Yeah. Bram?
Thanks. Just in trying to clarify the question of whether we're issuing recommendations or whether we are writing a plan that will be enacted, I went and looked at the legislation, which talks about the climate action plan, and in a number of places says that we need to recommend legislative changes. And but it also says under section 593, the rules, the Secretary of Natural Resources shall adopt rules pursuant to 3 VSA Chapter 25, consistent with the Vermont Climate Action Plan. So, I mean, to my mind, we adopt a plan and the Secretary of Natural Resources is instructed to execute that plan. And Jane is shaking her head.
Or June, yes.
June, I'm sorry.
The secretary is not instructed. The secretary is charged with developing rules that are consistent with the plan. Those are two very different things. And Bram, I very much appreciate you bringing those concepts forward. These are recommendations, and the secretary has to explain why she's not consistent if she's not consistent. I don't want to speak for the secretary at this point. I also don't want to be lawyering on the fly here. I'm a council member. Does this council have a lawyer? Anyone?
I'm going to ask Jane's opinion on that.
The Agency of Natural Resources has an attorney who has.
Then maybe these things should be referred to. Maybe these things should be referred to that attorney. but I've gone as far as I'm going to go today in practicing law in a position where I'm not practicing law. But I think, Bram, the things you just read very nicely affirm the point I was making to Jared in the chat. We are not the legislature.
So if I could jump in here a little bit, because I've had lots of conversations about this, and I am not a lawyer either, and I will admit that up front, that the plan and the plan as it lays out components of it will require legislative action. Without that legislative action, the plan will not live up to its expectations. Straight up, let's all be clear about that. They're not contingent. They're just necessary pieces that we've identified that require legislative action, either through statutory change, authority given to different agencies, or funding. If the recommendation is that the legislature enact a framework and authorizing language for TCI or something of that nature, then that's what the plan says. The rules would follow after that legislative effort, right? So I don't think they don't need to be like, we don't need to recommend, we can't, the plan can recommend TCI be enacted by the legislature, or be whatever the recommendation is, and then rulemaking can follow after that component, just as it will in other instances where new authority is needed. So I just hope that helps clarify. In the instance where the plan says the state shall join TCI immediately without discussion of where the revenue goes, then yes, it's my understanding that the A&R secretary would need to move forward with rulemaking consistent with that plan.
Thanks, Peter. Liz?
Yeah, I was definitely going to take my hand down when June started talking about lawyering, because I don't want to get into that. So at risk of just seeing if there's any way to clarify or find potential greater consensus at least. And Peter, I hate to put you on the spot, but I'm going to ask, are you or other agency folks able to provide a framework, a specific draft alternative way of phrasing this section that you would support? Because to me, I'm struggling to hear which of two separate things it would say. Would it say, and you don't have to answer now, this is just my struggle, would it say there's broad support and agreement among the council that Vermont should join TCI, and recommends the legislature put the funding framework in place so that the agency can initiate rulemaking? That's version 1, roughly. Or instead, would it say, in the event the legislature comes up with funding that, fulfills whatever phraseology gets put in about the purposes, including the equity component, Vermont should consider joining? And the second one being far more contingent and less action oriented, and frankly less clear in the support, including if any administration officials on the council vote for it, the support that it would have. And that would concern me a lot more. So I'm just trying to understand whether the option on the table is the one that's drafted and it's an up or down vote in the end if we don't have consensus, or if instead there's potentially an alternative that could be presented that would inform those of us like me who are still trying to understand which way to go here.
Thank you, Liz. I appreciate you moving that forward. I've heard now from you, from Joey, the desire to see a specific proposal related to what we're trying to articulate, and I think that would be helpful. I'm happy to take that back and work on that with Secretary Moore. Obviously, she's not being here. I'm trying to help keep the conversation going in a way that we use this time effectively. So appreciate that.
Sorry.
The order of operations question to me is really more about, is there a framework for thinking about TCI holistically that the legislature takes on, and then that makes TCI a good value proposition for the state, which is not then we should consider joining in the future kind of conversation. So Otherwise, I don't think it's a very clear part of the plan, as you stated, that there should consider in the future is too vague to make a concrete action out of our plan that we would rely on for emissions reductions. So I hear you. Why don't we bring that back? That language back.
Great. Bram, is that a new hand or an old hand? Okay.
That's a new hand.
Okay.
And I'm sorry to have become so chatty at this evening, at this late hour. And I absolutely appreciate June's guidance that we not try to be attorneys when we are not. I do, since I have the statute in front of me, I do just want to point out one quick thing, which is the statute does call on the plan shall set forth the specific initiatives, programs, strategies, including regulatory and legislative changes necessary to achieve the state's greenhouse gas emissions. So it seems to me that as we write the plan can include joining TCIP, and it can also include the legislative changes necessary to support that, which I think, again, not being an attorney, but I think that can include the legislation necessary to direct how the money is spent, including the equity goals and the other goals that we have for that. And I will fall silent for the rest of this meeting.
Please don't. Thanks, Bram. Okay. So thanks, everybody. I didn't hear a lot of interest when I tried to lift up the possibility of other transportation related topics that you feel are must have conversations right now. Let me just test that one more time. Is there something on people's very short list of things you'd really want this council to discuss? Chris?
Not to discuss, I'll just underscore again just how tied transportation is to compact settlement, which ultimately ties back to the fundamental planning goal of Vermont's current statute, all of which ties back to our future greenhouse gas emissions. So just want to make that point.
Thanks, Chris. Okay. Okay. So we didn't schedule another break, and frankly, I think that's a mistake. We have one more thing to do on the agenda, which is in addition to public comment, which is to look at these sections that Jane sent around and lift up any concerns people have on them. I'm be interested because we don't do this with a survey. So it's a little unclear to me how much feedback we're going to get right now. So I'd like to test the amount of feedback that we're going to have on these other sections. There is actually, one more thing we're going to do after that, which is provide answers to Chris Campany's questions and other people's questions about, so what are these next meetings going to look like? How are we actually going to function? When are we going to start voting on stuff? We have some ideas we want to put on the table for you, and that's another thing we'll do. Before we go to that, there are 4 pieces of the climate action plan, initial climate action plan that were sent around by Jane last week and have been posted online. The public engagement section, the economic context and opportunity section, the funding section, and the measuring and assessing progress section. So those were all sent around as components of this initial cap. And this is an opportunity to lift up feedback that you have for Jane and others who are, holding onto the pen here on those sections. So if you were able to look through them, now's the time to say, here's a couple things I'd like to lift up on one of those 4 sections or all of them. So let me pause and say, I recognize the sheer volume of reading and content is shocking in these weeks leading up to December 1. So it's understandable if it's hard to work your way through every line of every document. I do want to lift up this moment to say, if you did read through, or if you skimmed through, or you're looking through right now, are there points of feedback you'd like to offer now to these 4 sections of the initial cap that I just read off?
And I just want to offer up that I'm more than happy if folks have any questions about like the overall goal of any of these sections, like what we were trying to do, and where other things that you might be looking to find in these sections might be in the cap. I'm happy to provide any overview. I took the lead on 3 of the 4 sections that are posted, and Jared is here, and Jared and Ken Jones, who work as an economist with ACCD, took the lead on the economics, context, and opportunities section. So happy to provide any overviews of those sections, and then of course speak to where and how to find components of it.
Yeah. Reactions or requests?
What's
Graham?
the question again, David?
Of
Sorry,
the 4
my brain
sections,
is dying and other things, so sorry.
yeah, it's all right. Honestly, we should probably take a break. We've been doing this for another almost 2 hours now, or an hour and 45. So the specific question is, of these 4 sections that were circulated last week, are there reactions people have or specific requests for clarity from Jane or other authors of those sections? That's the question. Bram, go ahead, please.
I'm first of all, what I should have said is I will fall silent for the rest of the meeting on the subject of TCI and not.
Good.
Well,
Yes.
I overpromised on that one, so my apologies. And just on the sections on equity, something that Sue said earlier really struck me, and I think it's important that we incorporate it, which is, as we work towards incorporating the voices of all the affected communities going forward, what Sue said is we need to have a plan to meet people where they are and not expect them to come from where they are to our meetings, and not expect to come from where they are to our technology and from where they are to our language. I thought that really got at the heart of a concern that I raised earlier about the barriers that many people have to participating in terms of their understanding, knowledge, awareness, and all those things. So I want to second everything that Sue said and ask that be incorporated formally into our plan.
Thanks, Bram. And I wonder, I'm just making sure Sue's still here. I think she had to drop off, but that is explicit in the Just Transitions implementation piece, what you're saying, Bram. So I think it's there, it's in that place for sure in the plan. Yeah.
Yeah,
affirmative. Oh, hi, Sue. Thanks. Great. All right. Are there other reactions people want to give to these 4 pieces of the plan? Michelle?
I'm not sure if it's too late to just make a comment on the introductory letter. Would that be out of line?
I don't think so.
Just to be clear, the introductory letter from the council, is that the one you're respectfully asking about? That one will be posted tomorrow, and happy to hear your comment now, but it's for next week's discussion.
Okay, I'll save my comments.
And I encourage you, as the lead of the letter, the opening letter from the council, had the lead on drafting that was the steering committee. And so if you have a comment on tone or question about it, I'd be happy to share that with the steering committee.
Okay, I'll take that off.
Great. Thanks. Okay, anything else on that?
Well, I have 2 small things. Sorry. I see it's really importantly embedded in the Just Transitions piece, but because public engagement has been such an important thing, I just wonder if we can put it as part of the headline. As like implementation, we need public engagement.
Yep, I'm happy to do something like that. And just so you know, for tomorrow's posting, you'll see the complete package for implementation, which will include the legislative actions and actions for rulemaking, technical analysis priorities to be further considered by the council, and then a council next steps section. And that speaks a lot to public engagement in that section too, appreciating how important that is to the council to lift up and consider as we go beyond December 1st. So it's also in there, but happy to put it in a heading somehow too.
That is helpful and great. And I think what I've read through the Just Transition work, I think that's great stuff there. I mean, I also, you know, in the transportation stuff, like, I feel like I've said this before, but I'm gonna say it again, really in public engagement, gonna need to lead into, like, again, the practitioners, the transit providers and the auto dealers. And I just wanna sort of somewhere recognize and acknowledge the need to, like, lean into those folks that are actually gonna, beyond the work that VTrans is doing with a lot of those players and others, but I think that would be helpful. And I shared potentially some suggested language there, Jane. And my only other question is, there's a section in here related to recommendations for ARPA funds. Do we want to flag anywhere and just recognize we've got an infrastructure bill that just passed? You know, for the transportation section, I think there's a lot of dollars that will be coming down that could potentially go to fund and expand some of VTrans programs. Do we want to expand that section a little bit to recognize that, you know, the new infrastructure dollars and the potentially build back? So I don't want to complexify things, but that is a new important thing. And for the transportation sector in particular, that will be very important, I think.
Okay, welcome back, Secretary Moore. We're talking about the 4 documents that were sent around ahead of time.
Yeah, I had a comment on one if I could. Can you
Yeah,
hear me?
absolutely.
I should start with.
Absolutely.
All right, perfect. The one I wanted to flag was just the energy and economic context document, lines 93 to 100. I really appreciate the sentiment that's being expressed, but I'm not sure that's actually consistent with the rate of change we need to achieve, as spoken to in the cross-sector mitigation section of the report. That we can really wait for a piece of equipment to reach the end of its useful life, and be operating at the scale that's required. And just wanted to flag that. I don't actually know the answer, but think that probably merits discussion with the cross-sector mitigation team.
Okay, great. Thanks, Joy. Chris?
Yeah, just one thing to note on ARPA, just because we're RPCs along with Vermont League of Cities and Towns are kind of in the thick of this, providing support for municipalities. We still don't have the final guidance from the Treasury. I don't know to what extent that will impact the ARPA recommendations. And Jane, I'm so sorry, I've just lost track of documents. We don't have the ARPA. Do we have the ARPA recommendations yet drafted?
No, what you have is the implementing the Vermont Climate Action Plan section, which speaks to funding and then speaks specifically to a path forward for how we will work as a council to prioritize actions to recommend for ARPA funding quickly after December 1st. And that's how it's spoken to, as we discussed at the steering committee, as how I would approach that drafting of that section.
That's right. Okay. So I just want to just highlight for people that what we've advised for towns is, because we're still waiting for some of those details before you make any final decisions, wait till we get that final guidance. But thanks for the reminder, Jane. Sorry, I know we just talked about that on Friday, but that feels like a month ago.
Thanks, Chris. Jared?
I was just going to offer some information in response to Secretary Moore's question about rate of replacement. I think it's a good one. I think it really varies by the different pathways that we're talking about. You know, on the vehicle side, it's always difficult to kind of project forward. But if we use the recent past as an example, you know, we've had about 40,000 new vehicles sold every year. So over the next 9 years, you know, about 360,000 new vehicles may be sold. And so when we did our pathways analysis, it was looking to a combination of policies, programs, and incentives, and including important regulations like Advanced Clean Cars 2, which just between 2026 and 2030 model years would make available, my understanding is somewhere around 95,000 electric vehicles to Vermont. That the numbers that, whether it was EAN's pathways or the LEAP pathways, are less than half of the rate of changeover. I think on the building side, it's a little bit more complicated because, you know, weatherization doesn't necessarily happen on a kind of change out basis, and oftentimes heating systems are complementary and supplemental. But the way that we've always approached that question is to take the number of housing units or the number of homes and look at the average heating system lifespan to look at, you know, the number changed out per year. I would say that of purchase of new pieces of equipment and not lock in further costs, both for emissions reduction and consumer protection reasons. But I think there is also opportunity for folks and where it makes sense. Not everybody is in the financial position to do this, but to do accelerated change up. But we should certainly not require that of anyone, because it oftentimes depends on people's individual circumstances. But I do think
Thanks,
that the
George.
opportunity is largely there.
I appreciate that. And it was more on the home heating and weatherization side of the ledger than the automotive side of the ledger. I agree that if the vehicles are available, the turnover rate is such that I think that those numbers are realistic. It's much more on the home heating and weatherization.
And I'm happy to follow up and provide and both add into the draft a footnote that has some of that specific information.
Okay. Are there any other thoughts, reactions to the documents folks want to bring up? Those 4 documents? Okay. All right.
I just want to note that I have received written comments from a number of you, and will of course include those. Most of them weren't substantial, but.
Great. Thanks, Jane. Okay. So, you know, we have a fork in the road here. We could take a 10-minute break and come back and do this final piece and do public comment. My instinct actually is just, if folks, unless you're going to absolutely kill me, if we can just keep going, finish up, we'll probably take another half hour here and finish up at half past the hour, if that's okay with folks. What we wanted to do before going to public comment is talk about the path ahead, in particular, the way we're going to handle these conversations starting next week. Because as Chris Campany has correctly pointed out several times, we are in the 11th hour here, and we need to have a plan for working through difference in constructing our points of agreement in this plan. I was going to show a presentation here, and let me just pull it up. It is also online, and maybe Marion, if you could drop the link in the chat again. I'll share my screen here with this, and this is the version that's online. Okay, so what we did, this is something that we've been talking about internally with Jane, Marion, and others, trying to figure out really what are we going to do in this final hurrah here to get to our initial cap on December 1st. We all know the work doesn't stop on December 1st, but the rhythm of work is going to change after December 1st, for sure. So this is what we've been talking about. And that is the really key moment for you all is December 1st, when you'll be called upon to consider adopting this initial cap. Right, so that's our focus point in terms of a key decision moment that can involve voting, if it and certainly will be explicit in that procedure. In the next 2 meetings, which are the 23rd, which is a Tuesday next week, and then the 29th, which is Monday after Thanksgiving, we're going to implement our agreed decision-making protocol, but with a little more structure. And we wanted to walk through a proposal for that structure right now and see if we're all on board with it. And the goal here is to be able to show up on December 1st and do our work on December 1st and get to as near consensus unanimous approval of the cap as possible. Right? So what are we proposing? And by the way, our decision-making document is online in the resources page. And also you can just use that link to go straight and for a reminder of our decision-making document. This is what we've talked about for starting next week, right? We're going to take the cap in its sections, and I'll say how we're going to organize that now and in the next slide. But starting next week, we're going to take it section by section, say, you know, the different pieces of ag and ecosystem, whether it's the mitigation piece, et cetera, the rural resilience piece, right? Those are sections of the cap. And in that section, we're going to do a quick straw poll. And we're going to ask folks, instead of the 1, 2, 3 that we've used in the chat before, we're going to go to 1, 2, right? And the two options are for this whole section of this plan that we're now looking at a final draft, right? I can live with that section, or something in this section concerns me so much that I can't stand behind the entire initial cap because of it.
Because I want to walk with you, but I also realize that
Liz Hanson from Cadmus, I'm hearing.
or if it's a chicken, it probably need to put it in.
Somebody help me in muting Liz, thanks. Great. Okay, so we start, the beginning of our conversation is, sorry, that's my dog making noise. The beginning of the conversation is this straw poll, and we'll be explicit. We'll ask everybody present to answer. All right. And we will record what the results are. If one or more counselors are in the 2 option 2, that they're really struggling to stand behind the whole cap because of something in this section, then we'll do a quick run through of what that is. What's that concern? And we'll build a little list if there's more than one concern or more than one counselor with a concern. And then we'll do a quick opportunity to see if there's a quick fix where specific change can be proposed that would address that counselor's concern and also the interests and concerns of the other counselors, right? We'll take a new straw poll on that. We'll make sure it's written and we know exactly what we're taking a straw poll on, and it's right there on the screen. We'll write it down and we'll try it again. And we'll see if it fares better than the original version. If it fares better, that's great. And if there's counselors who still have concern or have a different concern, they're invited to do one of 2 things: leave their concerns expressed in the minutes and or write up some sort of short dissenting view on that specific issue that'll be included in an appendix by December 1st. Okay. If in that new version, it actually fares worse than the original straw poll, then we go back to the original language. And again, folks who had the concern are invited to either have their concern expressed in the minutes, or if they feel compelled, they can write up something short and have that included as in that appendix on that specific issue. Okay. We repeat that process for each concern until we've finished a section and we move on to the next section, right? So it's going to be a little more structured. We're going to ask everybody to answer in the chat. We're going to keep tabs of what the numbers are so we can compare how we're doing. And this is where we're going to send people down the road of starting to articulate a dissent on a particular issue, okay, if they feel the need to do that. Okay. Now, to be clear, none of this stands in the way of the final, what happens on December 1st, which is the actual adopting of the cap, right? We're not adopting section by section in the sense. We are saying this is where we stand. And if we're very clear about if there's a large number of counselors who are ready to move forward, and if there's folks and we can't do a quick fix, then they're invited to write these dissenting opinions. Okay. We'll do that on the 23rd and we'll do it on the 29th. There we will have information starting tomorrow, November 17th, that we can do this process with on the 23rd, which are all the ag and ecosystem and rural resilience sections. And then there'll be sections of the cap that'll also be ready tomorrow, which include the complete implementation section and the other things you see on the screen here. Okay, So we can walk through each of those sections on the 23rd and do this process that I'm suggesting. On the 29th, we'll have the rest, right? We'll have the cross sector, and we'll have the other pieces that we didn't look at on the 23rd. That's what we're proposing. And we wanted to test that with you today to see if that seems like a pathway that's going to work for us to move efficiently through identifying how we can maximize the amount of consensus. And also, if there are dissenting views, folks know that they're going to be needing to develop those. All right. I see hands from Secretary Moore and from Liz. So why don't we start with you, Julie? Go ahead, please.
Turning all my things on. My question is about whether there's an option, and I apologize if you went over it and I missed it, to table things, right? Where we could just say, you know what, this isn't ready, and we are going to continue to work on this space. You know, to my mind, I guess half tongue in cheek would say, like in those documents where you say this page left intentionally blank, right? Like we could have the header and a little bit of a table setting, but not get into the specifics as another way to be able to move past pieces. I'm concerned if the only option is to leave it in, to modify it, to offer dissent, or to vote against the plan in its entirety, that's really narrow. And I think it would be an important tool for us to potentially have access to.
Can I just make sure I understand? You're saying that for December 1st, the version has a heading and says, we still need to sort all these things out. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes. Yeah. That's one of the options that's in front of us on the 23rd and 29th as we're reviewing things, that there may be pieces and recognizing, depending on what's flagged as such, it may raise issues for others, that there's no longer enough substance in the mix that they feel comfortable voting for it. But I do think taking things off should be an option, or setting them aside for future consideration.
So can I suggest that that is absolutely one of the suggestions? When I said quick fix, one of the quick fixes is let's put a placeholder and say we are unable to provide details on this, but we're working on it, right? So that is a quote unquote quick fix, is to put that forward. Okay, Liz?
Yeah, just process wise, that was helpful to see the slide with sections that we haven't yet gotten red line on. For cross-sector mitigation, I know red line versions were put up after kind of round one comments, but we've had some further work today. Will transportation be revised further in light of Peter and other edit changes that we may see? And if so, what date will that one come up? Just trying to get a sense of what I need to read and when.
Yeah, so you'll, on the 23rd, which is why we're proposing essentially that we can start to really take, not in lieu of saying the word vote, a straw poll on different sections. You will have everything next Tuesday, all revised documents, a comprehensive draft, all pulled together in one place.
And it's one of the reasons why we're pushing the cross sector to the 29th, because you will have it on that day, but you will have not had time to actually digest probably, right? So cross sector, you'll get a week from today, and we'll deal with it on the 29th in this way. Secretary Tebbets?
Thank you. As we go through section by section, will there be details on if revenue is needed to implement that policy or fee? It would be helpful to know if it's just a policy change and there's not revenue needed or a budget line. Is that on the table at all?
That's a great question. I'm not quite sure what to say about that besides what's in the text is in the text. And so
there is a clear section at the end now in the implementation section that will get posted tomorrow that shows you in one place everything that needs legislative action and rulemaking. That is one place. As far as, there's also a section that you have, I believe now, yes, in the implementation section now, that speaks to the economic modeling and what it does and doesn't tell us, and where we need to go with specific modeling around the policy levers that we're putting forward based on what we adopt as a climate action plan and the future work. And then one of the sections that'll get posted tomorrow is the cumulative assessment of the emissions reductions actions, as well as the actual nuanced economic details that is coming out of the modeling that we have already done. So that's one of the final pieces that will go up tomorrow. But no, I do not believe everybody has said what needs revenue and what doesn't. But cost effectiveness was part of the priority system of how things were ranked.
So at the end of the day, will we have like, we're going to need X number of dollars to implement this plan? No.
Definitely not.
And will we have if we do raise taxes and we raise fees, do we know who is going to pay for those when we make a vote?
No, we just have the level of detail that I just spoke to. So no, not specifically.
Thank you.
Jared?
Thanks, David. I was just going to say, going back to what Secretary Moore brought up, I just want to note that I think the option of tabling really depends on what recommendation or what category that falls in terms of how constructive or how problematic that could be. I just want to specifically note that, for instance, if there was a recommendation about tabling one of the mitigation recommendations that was core to the plan adding up to meeting the emissions reduction requirements, then that would create a deficit that wouldn't have the plan adding up. That would be much more problematic than, say, tabling, final design of, a future research study to be completed or something like that. So I just want to note that while I could see instances in which that could be appropriate and desirable, I could see other instances where that would be really problematic.
Thanks, Jerry. Okay, other questions or comments, concerns about how we're going to work on the 23rd and the 24th?
Did you say 24th and you meant 29th?
23rd and 29th, excuse me.
Thank you.
I think we're all at the end of our mental capacity on this one. 23rd, 29th, yeah, okay. Great, so you can expect us to act in this way, right? We will set an agenda that does this, that walks through those pieces. And again, we're going to walk through the pieces that have been up and posted for, the last 6-7 days. So it's not like you had to open it up that morning and look at it. But we're going to walk through those and do this somewhat more regimented system of identifying where you all stand and what that means, if there's a quick fix or not. And then what that means for folks needing to develop some dissenting views on that specific issue. Okay, great. All right, Chris, last word, and then we'll do some public comment.
I wasn't looking for a little bit. It looks like I'm the only council member who's not going to be available on the 23rd, but if others are not, so you should let Jane or somebody know as soon as possible.
Yes, and let us know how to carry forward your voice if there's things you want us to carry forward for you, right? So let us know what you'd like your fellow counselors to hear from you on those issues, please. And we can carry your voice for you.
Chris, I can vote twice for you if you want.
I didn't say vote.
Of course, you're going to, aren't you, Chris?
Okay. So why don't we do some public comment and see if folks who have been joining us in our call today would like to offer some views on what we've been working on today. And I see a couple hands going up. I'll ask folks to keep your comments brief so multiple folks can comment. So I see Matt was first up. So Matt, go ahead, please.
Thank you all. Long afternoon. Matt Coda with the Vermont Fuel Dealers Association. Just two quick points regarding TCIP. It's often said by the advocates of TCIP that if Vermont doesn't join, that we're leaving money on the table that consumers will pay, but none of the TCI funds will trickle back to Vermont. And that is fundamentally incorrect. It's the jobbers, it's the position holders that have to purchase allowances, not the big oil companies. And if we're pulling most of our gasoline, as we are, out of the Valero refinery, the Jean Goulin refinery in Levis, Quebec, there's no allowance, there's no fee, there's no tax, whatever you want to call it. And it acts very much like an excise tax, a little bit more complicated, but it's an excise tax. And just like if they decide in New Haven, in Connecticut, in Hartford, or they decide in Boston, in Massachusetts, to raise their excise taxes, it has no effect on the price of gasoline in Rutland. It just doesn't. So understanding how TCI works and how it's paid for, just want to clear that up. Finally, it seems obvious that the legislature has to approve TCI before ANR adopts the model rule. The legislature, and only the legislature, can impose fees or taxes on the citizens of Vermont. I'm not going to practice lawyering, but it seems clear that is the way it has to go. And I think there's an opportunity there for those that support TCI. I hear from Joey that they're already creating a bill. So I don't understand why supporters of TCI would want to reverse that and risk the whole thing. So that's it. Thanks.
Thanks, Matt. Appreciate that. Jordan, go ahead, please.
Good evening, everyone. Jordan Giaconia, Public Policy Manager of the VBSR. I'd be remiss if I didn't thank you all for your continuous efforts. I'm tired from watching you, so I can't imagine how tired you are from actually really putting in this work. So a major tip of the cap before I dive in here. A couple of components, and as you can imagine, want to touch on TCIP, as folks may have seen my written comments already, but just in response directly to some of the concerns voiced today. So as previously mentioned, the legislature is currently working to put together a bill to basically clarify the preferred and allowable uses of TCI revenues, clarifying that role of the Equity Advisory Council, and also speaking to the sort of the allocation of TCIP revenues for overburdened and underserved communities. And I would know this because I'm working in collaboration with many of the legislators who are trying to write it. Furthermore, as far as conducting the community outreach and sort of fleshing out the values proposition, there is an Energy Action Network team, of which I'm a part of. We're working on conducting outreach to impacted communities to get a better sense of their transportation challenges, to facilitate conversations around just overarching transportation issues and public transit issues, facilitate feedback from partner organizations, and put together a blueprint or a menu of potential TCIP investment opportunities, all with the goal of ensuring distributive and procedural equity and ensuring maximum economic benefit for Vermonters across the state. So I think the value, but overall, I would say that the value proposition of TCIP is abundantly clear. It would reduce our transportation emissions by at least 26% by 2032 and would generate millions of dollars in investments in clean transportation alternatives that we ourselves and the legislature can then discuss. So it seems to me, if we're talking cart and horse, it seems pretty clear that the horse is that Vermont needs to sign on to the TCIP, and the cart is that the legislature can then discuss how and where those TCIP revenues will be spent. And quite frankly, based on the previous comments of Governor Scott as it relates to TCIP, I think it's pretty clear where he stands. I'll use a direct quote here. He said, "I think I've been fairly clear on TCI. I don't think it works for Vermont. I think it solves the problem I don't think it solves this problem in many respects. And I think it just wouldn't have any net benefit to us financially or from an emissions standpoint, which is patently false." And then also to Joanna's previous comment, the legislature has already shown an incredible commitment to transportation equity and emissions reductions from on-road transportation. And that's very clearly illustrated in last year's transportation bill, which included millions of dollars in investments in EVs, EV charging, the latest Replace Your Ride programs, e-bikes, public transit, you name it. So I think it's pretty clear where the TCIP dollars need to go. and how we can expand and build on existing programs and also pilot some new ones. So I just want to emphasize that I think we have a major opportunity for a dedicated funding source for clean transportation solutions. And this council would really be passing up a very significant opportunity by making this contingent on legislation. So again, I think trying to put the cart ahead of the horse there. And I would also say, in response to Matt's comments, this is not a gas tax. This is a cap and invest program. It's dedicated funding. It comes right back into the Vermont economy. And also want to make sure to recognize from an economic standpoint that Vermonters spend about $1 billion every single year, or on average, Vermonters spend about $1 billion on transportation fuels. Of that total, 77% left the state's economy. That's the 2019 figures. It's been fairly consistent, whereas electricity keeps about 62% or 62 cents on the dollar in Vermont's economy. So again, the values proposition is clear. Really urge this committee or this council to get us signed on or move us in the direction of signing on to the TCIP. And thank you all for the time.
Thanks, Jordan, for those comments. Thanks so much. Pat, I see your hands up. Go ahead, please. Pat Segui, you're still on mute. There you go.
Thank you. A couple things. As some of you know, I've been following this right along for a while. I appreciated seeing the reference to Velco's long-range transmission plan and transmission issues. And so, but one thing I haven't seen in the plan, and for all of these comments, I apologize if I'm stating something that actually is in there. But that there is a priority that new generation be set close to load for a number of reasons, which probably most of you understand. But it seems the Velco document should maybe have a little more airtime in this in terms of particularly that, but just generally in terms of planning and building out whatever it is that we're going to build out and whatever it is we're going to do less of, which is consumption, hopefully. The other thing I want to do under the cross-cutting pathways was around land use. And again, something that seemed missing was food security is a top adaptation concern globally. And I don't see it mentioned anywhere in any of this. And one of the things we can do in Vermont is grow more food. And we saw what people did during COVID. And the emissions reduction from that are pretty significant. So I would say there are a number of things that we could do around modifying current use. There's folks looking at creative land ownership, but mostly it's that access to a plot of land bigger than a 4x12 bed. That if people want to grow food, that they can. So, yeah. And then switching to the foundational criteria, I still struggle with the use of the words clean and renewable. The clean part, because there is no generation. There is nothing that we have been looking at here in Vermont, particularly the solar, wind, battery, realm that is clean. And I think most people on this call know that. And I think Vermonters are entitled to know. Every time I talk to someone, they have no idea that it takes 5,000 gallons of water to make the battery, to make the lithium for one car battery. And we're talking about thousands, millions, billions worldwide. And so I think Vermonters are entitled to that. And the same thing with renewable, the intermittent generation, again, the battery intermittent generation like solar model is dependent on these finite resources that are coming from politically volatile places, notably the Democratic Republic of Congo and China. So perhaps there is some place in this document where we can and maybe these are yes if, to borrow from Commissioner Tierney's language, things around some really hard realities about grid stability, about finite resources, about the political part. The fact that Vermont is going to be able to get maybe all the cars that Vermonters can afford, and all the solar panels that they want. We have no control over the supply chain. So that supply chain is the other really big piece of this that feels like it's being missed. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. I appreciate those reflections and you sticking with the whole process like this. Okay. So I'm not seeing additional hands for public comment. So why don't we round up? I think we've probably exhausted our mental capacity to do anything productive at this point. We've discussed how we're going to handle November 23rd and November 29th. We've mentioned that additional documents are going to be coming right away in the next 24 hours for your review. We've acknowledged that it is an insane amount of reading and a shocking amount of effort to get from today to December 1st. And all of us who are involved in this are incredibly appreciative of folks who are willing to do this work, particularly those who don't have a salary that supports them in doing this kind of policy work. Okay. Jane, what am I forgetting?
Nothing. I think you got it all, and we'll be back at it tomorrow. So looking forward to it.
And we have a meeting tomorrow, of which my colleague Catherine Morris will be facilitating. And so she'll see you tomorrow, and I'll try to log in for the second half of that. All right, folks, have a lovely rest. See you tomorrow. Take care, everybody.
See you tomorrow.
Yeah.